we are. Check. Oh yeah.
Yes, this is basic geometry. Your flat Earth geometry. Flat Earth geometry. This is basic geometry.
It is.
I called you a flat earther.
My name's Ramsey.
Insisting that your flat Earth geometry will work.
I'm familiar with the bubble, Morty. I also dabble in precision, and if you think you can even approach it with your sad naked caveman eyeball in a bubble of air, you're the reason this species is a failure, and it makes me angry.
Did he say a five-sided square question mark?
You're a universal horizontal waterer.
You're drunk.
I called you a flat earther.
You want to experience true level? Do you? Yes. You want to experience true level?
That auto level is establishing a horizontal. That's just the way it is.
Because I've done the test with an auto level, which gives you a horizontal.
Yeah, it's gonna look super flat.
All right, come on. Wow, it's so.
Three coplanar points.
Oh Christ! Yeah, true level, bitch.
I called you a flat earther.
If you're into math, there's a certain shape where you could make a five-sided square.
Are you suggesting that horizontal can't curve?
Oh, everything's crooked. Reality is poison. I want to go back. I hate this.
What's his deal?
Morty. Go to school, Summer. I'll go in Morty's memory and do a little.
Randy, come on, that's a globe. And he eventually just gave up and said, yeah, I agree, it's a globe.
Geodesic is a continuous string of infinitely small straight lines.
Yeah, true level, bitch.
It's really flat and level now.
Randy, come on, that's a globe.
Yeah, true level, bitch.
Randy, come on, that's a globe.
Lance to the cosmic slaughter! Well? You seem to be in charge of what I get to remember. Why? Good question.
Randy, come on, that's a globe.
I'll go in Morty's memory and do a little. Wow, it's so. Oh my god! Oh Christ! Yeah, true level, bitch.
If you're into math, there's a certain shape where you could make a five-sided square.
Randy, come on, that's a globe.
Yeah, true level, bitch. Wow, it's so. Oh my god! Oh Christ! Yeah, true level, bitch.
I called you a flat earther.
True level, bitch.
I called you a flat earther.
True level, bitch.
I called you a flat earther.
Yeah, true level, bitch.
Person to think.
When you get to the end of this test and you have a result and you say level is horizontal and everyone says big whoop, it doesn't prove anything about the shape of the earth, will you then say yes it does?
No.
No, okay, I'm going to bed. Right.
Okay, so
I'm going to bed.
That level is horizontal is good for you then, right?
I agree. I agree. Level's horizontal. All
Sweet.
Right,
true level, bitch.
Perfect.
Wow.
Nice, mate. I came
Nice.
in just for that. You flipped it, man.
Yeah, true level, bitch.
And we are live. Welcome everybody. It is day 3 of the Global Antinomies week. I just want to say that. I think it's fucking brilliant. Might be making a song out of it. Using advanced simplicity to break down global antinomies. And we were just having a conversation about when we came into this with a very basic idea. Don't think it's changed. You have a conversation with somebody about horizontals and them sort of existing, being a thing that people have heard of, and you then point out to them that that's not actually possible on a model. Like, in some people might call somebody who believes in horizontals, that knows that they can be established, some people now will be willing to call them flat earthers, which is very strange. And the conversation plays out whenever you talk about this, and either talk about this to somebody who's model afflicted, or you bring the model up yourself. And then you would become the one that becomes the flat earther for letting somebody know about this contradiction, the paradox that exists. Good day all, and welcome to everybody that's braving being here, especially those people that are brave enough to type in the chat. You run the risk of becoming under attack from the Superman squad, the elite debaters within the flat earth community. Be very careful. You might be called a not flat earther by one side and a flat earther by the other side. It's very contradictory, but that's how this thing goes. Everybody knows that horizontals obviously exist in reality. You can orientate lots of things horizontally. Everybody knows what that is. So there are some people that say, we don't know what horizontal is. We don't know what level is. Don't know what geometry is. We don't know what conversation is. Well, we're going to go over some today, some old school stuff, really, because it's all about the angle. And it's very dangerous, this angle, because you see, what we've uncovered just recently is a massive, I guess you could call it a global conspiracy to fool everybody outside of this arena. We've helped this group of people uncover this global conspiracy. And that is that vertical and horizontal are perpendicular. Now, you might have been fooled about this too at the same time. But it appears that there is a group of people that have uncovered the greatest conspiracy ever. And that is that Euclidean geometry describes reality. It doesn't. Turns out it doesn't. We don't know exactly the details of how it doesn't. But the Blue Marble Scientific Group, the science of the not that, are working on it right now as we speak. Within this scientific method of the Blue Marble, what you do is you talk to people about things and show contradictions or whatever, and then the Blue Marble Scientific Method devises a way, a theory, if you will, of how to avoid or nullify the contradiction, or the person that informed them of the contradiction, and they don't even have contradictions, to be honest, within this scientific method. Oh, check this out. Can you see these gifs? Right. Did these quite a bit ago, but I've updated them recently, right? Top one's a quote. It says, "The horizon is horizontal." And that was Bev Try Thinking, me. I said that. Loads of people have said it, right? I was the one that put it on a meme, a GIF, because I thought we have this idea. You can join in with us if you want. It is Global Antinomies Week, right? So the challenge was to find the most triggering truth statement you could possibly ever make and deliver it to somebody to see the reaction of what happens. And we've got a couple of these going round at the minute. The original one was the horizon is horizontal, or I said level is a straight line on a horizontal plane. That was my original thing when I first came into it. I can show you one of my earliest videos is me specifically saying that. In fact, why don't we get it? Let me go and find it. What's that one? Ruhif side angle, and then we'll get this one ready as well. Ruhif level is horizontal. These are the ones we'll be going into later. But I want.
So,
go on. Sorry.
So while you're bringing that up,
Yeah.
if I can ask a question, would this be this early video of you? Would this be you furthering the conspiracy that you talked about?
Well, I was
conspiracy in the world.
I was, yeah. I think I was the one that highlighted the fact that it couldn't be right. It was me saying that level is a straight line on a horizontal plane that started the blue marble scientific method rolling to uncover this fact. I mean, they're a bit shy about it, you know, like they don't really want to let everybody know, but Blue Marble started it, and obviously they've got help. They've got help of the Flat Earth Society. Everybody, all hands on deck at the minute to help everybody uncover this global conspiracy. Let me oh, look at that. August 6th, 2019. And this is my third, so let me get this. And this will probably be embarrassing. You guys see that? Just for go on, yeah, okay. So this is just for everyone that may not know, may think we're in on it, and maybe you've been sent over here by some Flat Earth Society guy. Maybe some ranty guy might have sent you over here. Maybe somebody shit talking about us. That's what's led you to do this. Like I say, the initial thing was, I am just a carer, right? I look after the missus. I do my best. So this is a part-time thing for me. So I came into this because somebody, well, I mean, this will hopefully explain it, but it goes on the lines of, see, that level is a straight line on a horizontal plane, tweet origin. Okay, 4 minutes.
Are we gonna keep on fighting? Are we gonna keep on dividing? Are we gonna keep on fighting? Are we gonna keep on dividing? Well, are we gonna keep on fighting? Are we gonna keep on dividing? Are we gonna keep on fighting? Are we gonna keep on dividing? Well, did you hear what I said?
The tweet started off live because of Fight the Flat Earth. Fight the Flat Earth made this tweet come about. I'm going to be making a fair few videos about this. Going to be making a fair few videos about this.
I guess.
Level is a straight line. I don't know whether the volume's not too good. It's like I say, it's early days. Can you guys hear it? It's very quiet.
We can in Discord. I don't know how it is on YouTube.
Yeah. Hopefully it's coming through. But yeah, look, level is a straight line on a horizontal plane. And definitions of all of them. They all back each other, of course. Be quite a few more to come. But the origins of this tweet came because Fight the Flat Earth came onto our little tweet group and decided he was going to sort of inject himself in. I will be debating you tonight. Are you going to ignore me? You are a bully and a coward. If you speak to your kids about this, then you're also a child abuser. Well, bully and a coward? Both of them? And if I speak to my kids about this? The debate? Okay, so there you go. Fight the Flat Earth. Literally just decided he was going to debate. Now, I don't know how many other people Fight the Flat Earth has done this too. I'm not too sure. I'm not too sure whether he knew what he was getting himself into when he started this. Thank you for bringing me in. Thank you. I've met all of these lovely people. Bit hard to tell, isn't it? It sounds like a bit of a threat, though, to me, this tweet, so I decided to inquire a bit further. Calls me another child abuser again. Making some pretty strong accusations. Not making accusations. I've admitted. What have I admitted to? Oh, shout out to the FE initiative. It's the FE initiative. Nice attempt at a hashtag, though. This is what I was teaching my son. Take us back to the tweet. This tweet. Level is a straight line on a horizontal plane. It's changed a little bit. This is the tweet. So anybody not aware of this, this particular statement is the most triggering statement you could ever deliver to a model afflicted person. Challenge you. Try and say something like that. See what happens. Talk to a normal person about it. They'll agree with you. But say it to a model afflicted person, oof, they go mental. They start saying all sorts of stupid shit. So once you know you have the ability to talk about stuff in reality that makes these people go a little bit crazy. Well, not a little bit. Mad, literally. Insane. It will drive you mad if you try to go against these statements from reality. So this tweet came around because this fella, this dude, decided to call me a child abuser for teaching my son. What was I teaching my son? This. I gave my son 3 balls. Asked him to level them. Ridiculous task. How would you do that? Thinking back on it, it's genius. How would you level a ball? What's... How would you do that? How could you possibly do that?
You cannot level ball. You cannot level some balance or weight with balls, but these balls are leveled by means of a straight stick or whatever. You have to have some straight part of that to level.
That's nice, though, isn't it? It was a joke to my lad. I gave him 3 levels and 3 balls, so I'd go and level them 3 for us. I thought that was pretty good. He did well. He did much better than anybody else, I'd have thought.
I think he did very well.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He's got that one stuck underneath the bit over there, and he's got all sorts of stuff.
Little cheating,
yeah.
little cheating, but
it's impossible, like. But I mean, yeah. And why is it impossible? You can see it's not balanced, is it? Great, genius. Could you do better than this? All of the they were. Level, all of the levels. You did very well. Would they be parallel, do you reckon? It's close as.
What?
The idea would be to keep them parallel, wouldn't it? The levels.
You
yes,
can,
to the extent that you can.
You can make them parallel.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, like, the idea would be to level them to make them parallel, right? That's how you know the level is level. Because it's parallel to the plane of the horizon, just like a horizontal. Child abusing, that was, according to this man. So, back to the tweet. That was the origins of this tweet. Flat Earth Discord. Okay. This one. Get back. Okay. Right. I'm going to get answer that one in a minute. So that was the origins. That's why I'm here, because of the horizon being horizontal, because of level being a straight line on a horizontal plane. It just is in reality. Now, the thing I've always said that I think upset the other guys is that that level being a straight line on a horizontal plane is what you need in order to be able to prove the Earth is not flat, because you measure elevation changes with that tool, the level. In reality, that is the tool that you use to measure elevation changes. And if there are elevation changes, as there are in reality, then it's definitely not flat. but level is horizontal. Right? That is a provable fact. In reality, you can definitely prove that level is horizontal, and that horizontal is a plane. And the proof you would use would be Euclidean geometry to be able to prove that. I mean, everybody knows that. It's just that the contradiction people can't see, and they can't see the link between level being a straight line on a horizontal plane and the contradiction of a model, whether that be whatever model you have. You can't really get around the fact that level is horizontal. Okay, so that's just a little bit of what we were doing here, right? Because we all realize within this Discord server anyway that we are literally living in an absurdity at the minute. Hot mic, Kev. Why do you want to come in?
Nope, I'm good.
Okay. Yeah, we're living in an absurdity now where people accept paradoxes and contradictions. They disregard obvious contradictions. They can literally speak a contradiction within a sentence and not notice that they've just done it. Or maybe it's me. You know, maybe I'm the one that's hearing contradictions. I don't know. It would be nice to have a conversation about it like we do here all the time. Hopefully, it's not an echo chamber. If that's what you think that goes on in here, you're very sorely wrong. And when I say in here, I mean in this Discord server. In case somebody's going to go over this video and break it down for every word that we say to misrepresent it. I'm talking about us here in this Discord server. I'm not talking about somebody else repeating the words us and then relating it to other things. No, that's not what I'm doing. So if you want to come and join us within a conversation, welcome you. Come on in. Let's have that conversation. Please, don't take the videos that we're doing, pause it, and then pretend that you're talking to us. It's a little bit childish. Come in and have the conversation. Don't be a farmer's boy. Sit shouting abuse from a distance and never coming to talk. It's getting old. I think people are starting to realise now that the conversation's where it's at, and that's what needs to be done. You need to have the conversation in order to iron out all of these little problems that everybody has. You know where we are. So tonight we're going to go over a couple of videos. There was a Sleeping Warrior, Flat Earth Society member, brought it back up on Friday, a particular video. Well, we might get round to that one in a bit. But this one, I think we need to do this one first. This one is the one about the angle. Now, when you know that level is horizontal and you can prove that to yourself, a lot of things become clear to you. It frees the mind of all of that not knowing stuff when you actually do know something and you have a proof for yourself and you can hold that proof. It's sort of freeing. So like when I say I know for a fact that level is horizontal, and that tool, the level, the one that establishes the horizontal, well, when that goes, you know that, so you're certain of it. And you know that that tool measures elevation changes. So there's no possible way that you could be a flat earther. You're like everybody else. You just live in reality. And everybody else knows in reality that level is horizontal. And that everybody knows that a level is the tool to establish no elevation change. It's on an even altitude. Once you know that, then you're with the rest of the population. Everybody knows that. Does that mean you're a flat earther? No, it doesn't. Only to a small group of people who'll get triggered at you telling them facts about reality. And then there's the other group of people that get really upset when you say it's not flat. Obviously not flat. We can prove it's not flat by using the tool called a level. If there is an elevation change, water flows. That's obvious. Everybody can see that. You can tell that to anyone. These are really just basic things. Like I say, advanced simplicity. These are simple stuff. So that's what we're going to be talking about from now on. Is these simple things in reality that people get really upset about. I think people have been told to not watch us, so thanks for sticking with us.
Photogrammetry, there you go.
What did you measure? The line? Oh.
I got the angular size of the mountain, and
there we go. Let me, you guys still got that on?
Yes, yeah. It's true, Fifth. Yes.
Yes. Okie dokie. Go over this again because this is an old video, Ruhif, and this is about the angle, the one that people seem to think they can do things. It's almost as if Ruhif has handed everybody this paralogism and said, "Okay, guys, this is what we're going to do for the narrative. We're going to sell everybody that you can actually do things with an angle." This is where it started. This is 2 years old, this video.
photogrammetry, there you go.
What did you measure? The line?
I got the angular size of the mountain and represented it as pixels.
Where did you measure? Where did you measure that from?
What do you mean? What a measure? As in, I've got the height of the mountain and the distance of the mountain.
The measurement for the angle.
Yeah, someone has measured the height of the mountain, right? That's on Google. And I got the distance to it, probably also from Google. And therefore, I have an angular size.
Okay, so you found a picture on Google, I take it?
Somewhere, yep.
Yep. And then you got some measurements that somebody else has made from Google.
I would have measured it.
Translated that into an angle. Yep. Then you changed that angle into a straight line and then drew the straight line on the picture.
Yep. That's where 0 meters above sea level is.
And that is, what are we calling that? Are you calling that photogrammetry?
Yes.
Ruhif's photogrammetry. Because I don't think that's not the real way of doing it, is it?
I think it is.
That's why we call it Ruhif's.
Well, you can call it that. You can call Ranky's historic
we can
as
call
well.
It with something better than that, though.
I'm sure you will call it something better.
Drawing
sure you
lines
will.
on pictures sounds much better.
Yeah.
Can you team up with Jose and get a crayon? He's got a YouTube video with some guy that's been debunked as a surveyor. He's got a surveyor in his name on his YouTube channel.
You can, I guess, draw a flat plane between the 2 points of a water level, but that won't be a flat horizontal plane to your original location.
Go on, keep saying circle and parabola. Perhaps you might understand that it doesn't work in reality.
Yeah, that's the problem in reality.
The plumb would curve if the horizontal curve. That's just a given.
Did you hear that? The plums would curve if the horizontal curves. That's just a given. Fucking crazy person.
Who said that?
I don't know. Probably like Armour or something. I'll put it back again. It's Buster song, so let's go.
Be a flat horizontal plane to your original location.
Go on, keep saying circle and parabola. Perhaps you might understand that it doesn't work in reality.
Yeah, that's the problem in reality.
The plumb would curve if the horizontal curve. That's just a given.
Oh, who's that sound like? Anybody remember that? Who's that?
Is that Bacon or I don't know?
Could be. Could be. Like a lunatic, right? Insane.
If you bring the mountain closer, it has to get smaller to maintain the same angular size. That's why the line doesn't change.
Don't take advice from fools. Everything that they say is in vain.
Eggshells, I think.
Never take advice from fools. We all know what they do is in vain.
My prediction is that picture. Now, you go and get Ranty to do his little dance up to Winter Hill and take his picture. Then you can come back and tell me whether I'm right or wrong.
Right, so your prediction is that you won't see Blackpool Tower.
Or what you can do is keep dancing like this and prove me right. Ranty will not go there.
You never win.
Is that what you're going to do when Ranty goes up the with his auto? You're going to draw a line on that picture?
I've already calculated that and published my prediction, which you have not, so you're a coward.
Never take advice from fools. Everything that they say is in vain. Never take advice from fools. Everything that they do is in vain.
I'm making my prediction on experience because I've been there. I've looked out with the camera P1000. I've also got experience of an auto level, 32 times scope auto level, and looking at that out of distance. And I've also got experience of actually using the level for the job that it's meant to be done.
That's fantastic.
Multiple levels.
Sounds like you would be the perfect person to make an accurate prediction, right?
Which I have.
Yes.
I've given you a picture. Much better prediction than anybody else has ever given you.
That's not a prediction. You gave a shit picture on a shit day. That's not a prediction, Bev.
That's a prediction what the picture is. If you can get Ranty to the top of Winter Hill, that's a prediction of the type of picture Ranty will give you.
Don't take advice from fools. 'Cause everything that they say is in vain. Never take advice from fools. We all know what they do is in vain.
Anybody seeing that on the picture? It's that's 85 miles away. That's the Isle of Man. From about 300 foot. It was one of the first pictures my lad took when he got his camera. 85-mile shot. Nice. Interesting pictures. How would you know that?
Cameras. Because it's been fucking measured there. Why are you asking such dishonest questions?
This tool is to create a flat plane at a specific point where you're standing. And to do that, you have to make a correction for the readout of the water levels.
No, I said level is horizontal.
Do you actually think that the side on a triangle opposite the angle is they're the same thing?
It's the same thing. Yeah.
I got your numbers, they're right here.
Oh, I'm giving you plenty of content for your bullshit, right?
It's just as easy as 1, 2, 3. You have to open your mind.
You can measure shit with it.
Imagination is all
This is a nice video. I like this one.
Don't take advice from fools.
Where do you see it, isn't it?
I've proven to myself that those are pictures of curve art.
Never take advice from fools. We all know what they do is in vain.
Who else have you told about this? Because I'm going to
Everyone. I've made videos about
There's soundly in the corner.
I actually have a scientific definition.
See?
If you guys did your research, you would know that.
So the top of that red line is the angle to the top of the mountain, and the bottom of that red line is the angle to the bottom. You can measure shit with it.
Everything is relative to you.
The angle that we're representing
Just have to say it in generality.
is the same
Just like those straight lines are curving.
representation as the third side.
Drive down the road, don't you ever swerve. And I don't know where all of this goes.
You can measure shit with it.
Never take advice from fools. 'Cause everything that they say is in vain.
Oh, I'm giving you plenty of content for your bullshit, right?
Never take advice from fools. 'Cause everything that they do is in vain.
I just said I don't know where I got it from, but that's I know how cameras work, so that's where I got it from.
Okay.
Therefore, you can represent angles with pixels.
Could you draw a picture, draw a line on a picture from an auto level and then reverse engineer an angle out of it?
I can, yeah. Can be done.
I know the game that you're playing.
Is that the Isle of Man in the background?
I know exactly what's on your mind.
Yes, yes it is.
You got your playbook, it's alright. Your model dictates what you will find. And I don't know
It's a game. I like getting you guys to contradict yourselves.
where all of this goes. Don't take advice from fools. 'Cause everything that they say is in vain.
You can measure shit with it.
Never take advice from fools. We all know what they do is in vain.
You cannot
He'll tell you
represent
you
an
can
angle as a line.
Yes, you can. That's what it is. Cameras map angles to pixels.
Vertical height.
Yes, above sea level.
And the distance would be a horizontal distance, right?
Near enough to it, yes.
So that he can be in his comments.
There you go. We'll put into the video. So Ruhif's just said it's a vertical height and a horizontal distance. Completely oblivious. It's fine. We all know that. All distances from A to B will be measured horizontally. Any elevation that you measure will be measured vertically. The vertical measurement means it's definitely not flat. The horizontal is everything. Everybody knows that. But hey, don't get triggered. Remember, this is just known to everybody.
And his, misinformation. So when you know someone on that level and then goes and says, I'm a Glober now. No, this is all a joke to me. And we all know what he's doing, the ones that actually know Ranty. And I'm not having it. And I don't like to give him any attention, just like he did a video on me. I could have did a video on him, but what's the point? Because he wants airtime, publicity. No, thank you, Randy.
Well, yeah, he's going to get loads. I mean, you not see the benefits for you of Ranty going up a mountain with an auto level. They couldn't see it. You know, I can.
No,
it's
because
amazing.
I don't trust anything that's going to come from him.
Obviously, yeah. But we want him to go up the mountain with an auto level. Don't you?
Do we?
They must think there's a benefit, right? I mean, they bought an auto level. Why they didn't have one already, I don't they've sure talked about them a lot, like they've used them a lot and owned them. They bought one. They haven't picked it up yet, but they're going to bring it up a mountain. So surely they think there's benefit.
Mm. There is definitely benefit. I can see the benefit of it. It may not become quite apparent just at the minute, but especially for flat earthers, there is a great benefit of Ranty going up a mountain with an auto level. When you know what an auto level's used for. So I want Ranty to go up. I really do. So we're thinking of doing a predictathon. Then we can all flood Ranty with the predictions that he needs. He needs to reach an amount of predictions before he will go. He's already made that clear. Even though
give him the money. I think Ranty should just disappear into irrelevance.
That comes after the auto level.
I don't think anybody cares what he thinks.
No, it's what he's willing to do for Ruhif. That's the point, right? It just goes to show the type of person that would be willing to do this sort of thing.
But what confuses me is this is observational man, Ranty, who then changed his mind by an observation done by you.
No.
Then he's like,
no,
thanks,
he
Bev.
didn't do it by me. No, that was all. That was all
he
part of the
was
trick.
claiming that. My bad. That's what I was told. Put it that way.
Yeah. Yeah, he found a picture on Facebook.
Okay, yeah.
And then when we went to go and prove that it was a dodgy picture, Ranty then had to switch his tack to say it was my picture that, my lad's picture that flipped him. But it wasn't. I went there to show that when at that time of night, it's not dark. It's a seafront. It gets lit.
Right.
So, like Ranty again, it was a play. Ruhif set that up for Ranty, if you didn't know. And it's all based on what the auto level does and measuring angles. That you don't measure angles. It's reappropriating things. All based on that.
But how does somebody at his point, with observations and what he's done, take one picture and go, yep, I'm a glober now?
He hasn't took any pictures.
Well, I mean, look at one, excuse me. Look at a picture or anything and go, this is it. I'm done now. No flat earth. It's baffling. That doesn't happen.
Well, it's just for the same reason that he's going to go up Winter Hill with an auto level.
What, for publicity? For content? For subs?
Ruhif paid him.
or that too. Or
Very
paid him.
simple. Yeah.
Yeah.
There'd be no other reason for anybody to go up Winter Hill with an auto level. I can tell you that. You would have to get paid handsomely. I would anyway. It's a ridiculous thing to make anybody do. But hey, some people will do that. Some people will do anything for money.
Where are you from? Can I ask? Sorry. Apologies. No, it's out of the blue.
Who's that?
It's no, I'm Zach. I'm new. You alright?
All right.
Your accent. I've never heard that before, but I know it's from here.
From here.
I'm sorry to interrupt, but your mic is, you are overpowering it. Yeah. So can you lower the mic?
Yeah, I'm turning my gain down. Is that okay?
Yeah.
Is that all right? I agree.
Yeah. Yeah. About. Thanks.
No bother. I have to say, all of the conversation, the flow I've been listening to, this is the best Discord channel I've been in for a hell of a long time. You know what I mean? This is invigorating. You know what I mean? It's astronomical.
An angle.
Because that's what cameras do. They have a rectilinear lenses. The field of view is a linear relationship between the pixels and the angle.
Yeah, but you like to change an angle into the side. Do you actually think that the side on a triangle opposite the angle is they're the same thing?
It's the same thing. Yes.
That's weird. They're proportional, right?
Fine.
Are they?
That angle, right?
Yeah.
Is the same thing as
the angle's
opposite
always
side.
the same in a triangle, right? Do the sides always say the same? Is that
The angle that we're representing is the same representation as the third side.
Yeah, but right now, can everybody see that? Can everybody see what Ruhif is saying? That he can measure an angle, not really measure an angle, he can get a picture. He can get a picture and he could backwards engineer an angle that isn't there, hasn't been taken. And then he can say how, well, what can he say? You already know the elevation of the object in the distance, and you already know the distance, the horizontal distance from A to B. What's Ruhif doing? He's getting an angle, and he's saying that the angle can represent the line on the other side, the opposite to the side of the angle. The side of the triangle opposite the angle, he's saying he can do something with it. He's saying he can get the length of the side opposite the angle from just the angle. Think about it for a bit. And then think, that's fucking ridiculous. As depicted in the picture, the line opposite the angle gets bigger the further it gets away. But that line isn't there. You don't have the triangle. You just have an angle. No sides, nothing. So Ruhif is backwards engineering a distance and a vertical height from a picture to be able to backwards engineer an angle for him to be able to then say that angle represents the opposite side, and he can draw a line on a picture. This is one of the things that the Flat Earth Society do with angles. So I believe this is the origins of the mind trickery that goes on within this particular arena. These arguments have been made up by these people. Ruhif is the originator of this angle. Like, because there are other people that want to be able to use that side and pretend that that triangle is being formed. Right? I don't know whether you know about these people. But if you just have one angle, you don't have a triangle. Not even if you imagine it. You don't. You've only got one angle. A wangle, as we call it. And what can you do with a wangle? Fuck all. Except make a circular argument and show everybody how you have contradictions. Show everybody the way the blue marble scientists work. And the other compliant Flat Earth Society guys that allow these conversations to go on. I was just exposing it, hoping that people had noticed it, but it doesn't seem like anybody's noticed it. Let's see how many. Oh, this one's got 386 views. It's got more views than the usual. Probably because Ruhif exposed himself in this as a sophist. Oh, the third side.
The far side from that angle.
The one opposite the angle.
Yes.
Right.
It's
Now,
the same thing.
if the angle doesn't change...
then the third side doesn't change.
Are you sure?
Yes.
The third side doesn't change. The opposite side doesn't change. But as you can see in that picture, and that picture actually is a demonstration of how the stadia hairs work within the auto level, which Ruhif seems to be a bit oblivious to, obviously, because he's never actually used the tool.
That's also the Bridge of Asses, is it not?
I think so. Yeah, that particular triangle and those angles. But Euclid couldn't use those lines at the base of the isosceles triangle, could he?
Yeah.
Because that would involve the parallel postulate, which they keep that out the way till 27. Shout out Blue Marble Science. This is just number 7. So yes, this is the Bridge of Asses. Thank you very much, Kevin. The bridge of the model afflicted, as we call it. It's a certain point that you come to within your geometrical thinking, but I'm thinking now it's got less to do with geometry and more to do with logic. It's just a logical understanding of how things work. The Bridge of Asses is a challenging thing that you have to break through, and some people literally just can't. They can't get past it. Ruhif is about to expose, well, I mean, this is a 2-hour video. I'm not so sure that's how triangles work though, Riley, right?
It is for these ones.
Okay, well, let's say, did you hear that? Did you hear that?
Yep.
I hope everybody heard that. I'll do it again. Just in case you didn't quite hear it. Oh. Third side. The
far side from that angle.
The one opposite the angle.
Yes.
Right.
It's
Now,
the same thing.
if the angle doesn't change...
then the third side doesn't change.
Are you sure?
Yes.
I'm not so sure that's how triangles work though, Riley. Right?
It is for these ones.
Okay.
Nice.
Oh, how fucking good am I, eh? Woo! We don't even notice it.
Wow.
I'm a genius, aren't I? Slipped
Phenomenal.
shit in 2 years ago. Ruhif didn't see it. Okay, well, let's say I'll give you. Let's say we've got a you've heard of an equilateral triangle, right?
I have.
Okay, now speaking of equilateral triangles, can you have an equilateral right triangle? Is it possible to have an equilateral right angled triangle?
Negative.
Yeah. Not a chance. Triangles only have 180 degrees. But try asking a few people that one. See? Try asking people in reality. A few people might.
Come on, that's logical, easy, right? I mean,
you would think, wouldn't you?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Perhaps the Bridge of Asses is a bigger stumbling block than most people think. How big's the side?
1.
Oh, always 1, is it?
No, you're just asking I gave you an answer. 1.
Yeah, but you said it's proportional, right? That side is the same, right? It's the same as the angle, because that's obviously there's a relationship there now. So,
yes.
How big is the side of an equilateral triangle?
How about you come up with an example rather than asking for random numbers?
Please tell me, what is the size of the side of the triangle with an equilateral?
I know you know about similar triangles, Bev.
Yep.
I know you know about
Seems
similar
like you've
triangles.
forgotten though, right?
No, that's how I know that
the angle's always 60 degrees. How big is the side?
In an equilateral triangle, yes.
How big is the
The
side?
sides can be any length. The sides can be any length.
So it's a bit hard to represent a line for an angle, like a distance.
Because of the relationship between angular size, actual size, and distance. They're similar triangles.
Yep.
Right.
So the
size of that red line doesn't change.
Changes all of the time, right? That's the whole point.
Because of that relationship. The angular side, if that angle is that angle, the red line is that big, regardless of, how far away it is or whatever.
Are you sure? Like, what's he talking about? This is just pure diletheism, right? Geometric diarrhea. Literally nothing. Now, whether he's trying to think he's got an argument or whether other people think that he might have an argument, it's ridiculous. It's impossible. And it's utter drivel. But this is how the Flat Earth Society work. He's managed to fool people that this argumentation method of just disregarding all sense of logic and geometry and just saying any old shit just because you can has been filtered down. Right now, I'll let you in on it. Blue Marble's been fooled. And QE, obviously, by this trick, thinking that you can do something with an angle. And it's obviously not geometric. And it's obviously not logical either. That's why everybody has a problem expressing what the fuck they're talking about. That's not how
it has an angle. That photo I posted.
If this is embarrassing, I don't think you can get out of this.
The photo that I posted, the mountain has an angular size. The mountain has an angular size of 0.5 degree.
If you've told Ranty, who else have you told about this?
It doesn't matter where in that photo. That same length line is 0.5 degree anywhere.
Who else have you advised?
In the foreground, in the background, whatever, that 0.5 degree is always 300 and something pixels in that photo. You can measure shit with it.
Yeah, you can think you can.
But I can, and I get accurate results. That's the difference.
We've just sort of proved, haven't we, that the size is changing, ever changing.
No, because the angular size stays the same.
No,
the angular size of a mountain.
The angle stays the same.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Right, and
the size of the side on the other side of that angle does not stay the same. Does it?
The angular size relationship. If you bring the mountain closer,
there isn't such a thing.
If you bring the mountain closer, it has to get smaller to maintain the same angular size. That's why the line doesn't change.
Let's just take that in. What Ruhif's just said. The impossibilities of bringing the mountain closer. For instance, right? You can literally move mountains closer to you. And then he says, if you were to bring the angle of the mountain closer to you, the size of the mountain would have to decrease. Get smaller. What's he talking about?
Nonsense.
Absolute
Quite opposite.
Fucking drivel, isn't it? We know how the Blue Marble scientific method will be going on overdrive, right? This video has been out over 2 years. Yet, nobody seems to have learnt a thing of what certain people are pushing, right? Blue Marble's just made a video about this. QE has gone fucking mental over the fact that you can do fuck all with an angle. Even if you call it an elevation angle, you can still do fuck all with it. And especially if you measure 3 from the same place. You can measure 50 if you want. You can still do fuck all with them. Or you could write them down, I suppose, if you wanted to.
Look, to be fair, we can't lump this moron in with the other guys, right? Because at least they say that you have an elevation angle, you use a book, right?
Yeah, but this has come... this was 2 years
This guy
ago.
is totally...
Yeah, this is what led them to believe that, right? This is the forerunner of this type of thinking that they're doing now. This guy started the trend off. So this little conversations that they had, even Ranty doing that, all of the proofs that they had when Ranty did his little, I don't know, whatever Ranty did, getting the picture, drawing the lines, putting a ruler on a picture, was the depiction of this. All the other group of people now have gone, well, we can tell the height of something.
Yeah, that's absolute rubbish
It's the same thing.
Talk about a picture. Well, it is, but in a way, we got an almanac, we got a timepiece, we got a system.
Okay, but what the idea is of what we do here, right? Imaginometry. The moment you can start to imagine it as a concept, that's the start of the ball rolling. Right? You can then start to believe it's real. This is how people get manipulated, programmed into saying certain things. It happens over a long time. This has been going for a bit. Like Ruhif had been doing this particular argument for a year or so before this. This is just when I've worked it out. This one.
Ruhif has no clue. Absolutely zero clue.
He has got a clue because he's the one that's forerunning this argument. He's allowed everybody to be able to think that it's possible. Because Ruhif has a lot of sway within this community. And when we're saying something, then, well, no, Ruhif, you've got to admit, he's got money. Oh, well, he says he has money. He paid Ranty to get the auto level. He paid Ranty that money. Did
he ever get it?
Out.
I don't think he ever got it.
Well, no, I mean, he might not have done. He might have just said he is. It could be a character again, the Ruhif character. But the Ruhif character has gravitas, doesn't it? What Ruhif says has weight because he has his farmer's boys in the background helping him out.
He's in the blue clique. The blue clique, yeah. Definitely.
So yeah, this I would call Ruhif doing this. This is Flat Earth Society. You may call him a glober or blue marble scientist or whatever, but Ruhif doing this is Flat Earth Society within this community, because what all it's doing is allowing people to think that geometry doesn't make any fucking sense.
Ruhif has no freaking clue. No clue at all.
There are people that have listened to this.
Yeah, they listen to him. Yeah, that's the problem. Yeah.
And again, the moment I say, now that's ridiculous, Ruhif, you know that everybody else in that room will say, oh, well, Bev, you don't understand it, so that means that Ruhif's right. It must be right because Bev doesn't know what he's talking about, and if Bev's going against it, Bev must be wrong, so therefore Ruhif must be right. That's the blue marble scientific method that they've employed over these years. Yeah, Ruhif doesn't actually have any growth. Not in here, he doesn't. Anyway.
Absolutely. Don't forget who gave us the drop numbers, huh?
Uh-huh.
Guess who that was?
Yeah, he started the ball rolling with that.
Yeah.
Yes. And Ruhif was the one that said definitions are meaningless.
Well, that's him. Yep.
And he said that here in this very Discord server. QE. You didn't copyright it unless you told Ruhif to say it. But I could believe that. But Ruhif said it here. QE. There's not copyrighted Ruhif's words.
The red line doesn't change. It's half a degree no matter where you put it.
Who else have you told about this, Ruhif? Because I'm going to have to check
Everyone.
now.
I've made videos about it, Bev.
Right, okay. So we'll do, if I do a video about how the angle is just an angle. When you talk about size, you're talking about the size of the angle.
It's the angular size of the mountain. That's how big, that's how much it takes up of your field of view.
Mm-hmm. So does the angle
have
change,
absolutely no
or
idea
does the
how cameras
size
work,
of the
though.
mountain change in reality?
Say again?
In reality,
Objection. I have
does the
objection.
angle change? Go on.
He is wrong. Angular size is not about how big portion of picture the mountain is occupying. This is not angular size. Angular size is it is about how much you have to tilt your camera from edge to edge of the object, and that rotation. This is angular size.
Just the size of the angle.
Yes, so how much you have to tilt camera or whatever. Let's say this axis of optical axis, whatever, but not how much it occupies, because you can change focal point in your camera and you will change size of an object at the same distance, and it will occupy less or more portion of your frame.
Yeah,
So
but you could measure the angle and the angle would change. So like I was saying, like to Ruhif, when you say angular size, that's something that's been manipulated within this particular community.
yes, but they, I think that Ruhif didn't know what angular size is. He thinks that angular size is large or smaller occupation of the object in the frame. It is not. This is not angular size. How many pixels it occupies?
Yeah.
It is not angular
Yeah,
size.
that's like a length. Like I keep saying, Ruhif wants to draw a line on a picture, and he wants that line to be the angle. He wants to represent an angle as a line, but he wants to represent the opposite side of the angle as that line. He wants to be able to say that the angle is that size of that side.
And this is wrong. This is completely wrong.
Yeah, I've been watching Ruhif do this for over a year. And like watching the community and everybody play with Ruhif and put it in their imaginations. And it only became apparent that what he was doing was laying down the groundwork, the mind work that would later on be employed within a massive community now. Well, say massive. It was the formulation of this. Well, it's going to be coming, isn't it? Yeah, everybody knows what it is. It's coming. The angle. You can do fuck all with it. You can't even draw a line on a picture. It's ridiculous. Or the size of the mountain change.
The size of the mountain never changes. The distance to the mountain and the size of the mountain can change the angular size.
The angle changes. The size of the angle.
If you get closer or further away.
Yes. Okay.
If you get closer or further away.
So when you're talking about the size, you're talking about the size of the angle. Actual number, like 53 degrees is greater than 33 degrees, right?
Yep.
Okay.
The mountain is 0.5 degrees tall from that location.
So you're just talking about the angle, aren't you? And here we go. There's another question for you to ask people. What's the smallest angle you've measured to tell an elevation? Half a degree from a picture. Ruhif's fucking crazy.
Yeah,
0.5 from a freaking picture.
Yep.
That's insane, man.
And he thinks that you can do like blue marble scientific measurements with that. That's only step one in the idea, right? The line he's drawing on the picture represents this angle to him.
Hey,
that's why Blue Marble Science, when he was addressing your picture with this Blackpool Tower, and he draw this numbers of like 300 feet or whatever it was, he made the same mistake as Ruchif, that he was trying to translate pixels into angular size.
Exactly. Blue Marble's been
the
fooled.
Same,
Chaiki's
yes,
been fooled. Exactly the same.
Same mistake.
Yep.
Wasn't it Rumpus that brought out that absurdity a while ago, pixel counting?
Well, it's Ruhif. I've been
It was
watching
Ruhif?
Ruhif. Yeah, that's why I made this
Yeah?
video. I attributed it all to
Unbelievable.
Ruhif so everybody knows who was the person that started it.
Pixel counting. Wow.
Well, it's angular size and being able to represent that side of an angle by a straight line on a picture, representing an angle as pixels.
Yes, because that's what cameras do, Bev. That's what cameras do.
Cameras just
Rectilinear
take
lenses, that's
pictures.
what they do.
Cameras just take. There you go. Here's another point. Cameras aren't angular measuring devices. They just represent what they see through the lens into a picture form, a 2D picture, if you will. It's just an image, not measuring angles at all.
Yeah, and how do they do it, Bev?
You
They
press
take
the button.
light from
Click,
different
click, click.
angles and focus it to pixels. That's how they work.
Wrong.
Mm-hmm. This is Blue Marble Science, the method. It's good to have you here, Paper. Yes, absolute bullshittery. But it's Ruhif. Everybody knows he talks shit. He can make up his own definitions, much in the vein of all of the Blue Marble scientists.
It is, you can easily check why it is wrong. Because if you have, for example, very distant
Whatever
object,
says in the chat, obviously we need some sort of defense. Whatever says, camera's field of view is in degrees. Nice. Sorry, Paper, go on.
you can easily check why it is wrong. Because if you, for example, have object with like 10-degree angular size, you can tilt your camera from side to side of this object, and you establish that you have to rotate your camera by 10 degree. And if you can change focal point and you can bring it closer to your vision, let's say, you can magnify the picture of that object, you will change the size in the frame, but it doesn't mean that you are changing angular size. Because you are changing your field of view, because you are diminishing your field of view.
A camera is not an instrument to measure angles, for freaking sakes, man.
Yes, of course. But still, you are changing, because he is saying that camera has a field of view measured in degrees. You are changing your field of view when in that object distance. For example, if object is distant, for example, like 1 mile from you, and you will using telescope, you will bring this object closer, seemingly closer, but this object will be larger in your field of view. It means that your field of view is narrowed only to that object. This is simple, but it doesn't change angular size of this object.
It does change the size of the angle, though.
No, it doesn't, because you have
Does
still
it within the camera? If the camera was an angle measuring device, and if you want to take Ruhif's idea of putting a line on the picture, then that line would change in size.
Yes,
Yeah.
this angular size would change, but it doesn't. It doesn't.
Yeah, because the object stays at the same size, at the same distance, and it obviously doesn't change in size. Yet in the field of view of the picture, it gets bigger.
Yes, that's it. Only
complete contradiction, which obviously we know. Blue Marble scientists love a bit of a contradiction, and I think half of the fun is just speaking these contradictions to try and put them in the minds of other people. Turn everything upside down. You want to screw people up. You want to make people literally mad. When you're somebody like Ruhif, you know, you want to pretend like whatever's been fooled by Ruhif. Repurposed a camera.
I haven't repurposed it again. Talk to Gleam about measuring stuff in
like
photos.
What you're doing with the auto level as well.
No,
similar thing.
Measuring shit from photos is done. Yeah, it's done.
Just repurposing things.
Not repurposing. Go and ask Gleam if you can measure stuff in photos.
Dude, I don't give a shit about Gleam. He's not here.
I know, but you're not believing me.
I'm just talking to
go
you.
And ask on your own. Yeah, well, and I'm telling you, you can measure stuff in photos.
I would have exactly the same argument with Gleam if Gleam wants to have it, right? You cannot represent an angle as a line.
Yes, you can. That's what it is. Cameras map angles to pixels. That's what they do.
There you go. That's where we're at. You cannot measure, represent an angle as a line. An angle is the inclination of one straight line from another straight line. You need two straight lines. You cannot represent that angle with a different straight line. That's mad. Madness. But hey, a lot of people have been fooled by it.
So the top of that red line is the angle to the top of the mountain, and the bottom of that red line is the angle to the bottom.
That's not how you represent an angle, though, is it?
That is the angular size of the mountain. Yeah, well, you can keep saying it, Bev. It's getting tiring.
No, you keep saying yours. I mean, I think it's hilarious.
Because it works. Because it works.
Because you can draw lines on pictures.
Yeah, and you have to deny perspective for it not to work.
I'm not denying perspective. It's a picture.
Okay, then it works.
A picture will always have perspective in it, won't it?
I missed that.
Who's doing the dishes, Hot Mike? Ruhif here is saying it, you know, and he's agreeing with it. Think about it.
Good afternoon.
Hey, Bev.
Hey, Rob. Is that Rob here or Rob in the other one?
Yeah,
Oh, well done.
I've been here for a little bit. I just finally got a chance to say hello.
Good day. You've not had anybody after you, have you? Calling for your scalp or anything like that?
No.
No.
No, they're still calling for yours, though.
Are they?
Oh, yeah.
Go on. What did he
No,
want?
I know. I was just watching the after show, and the instant that Huey came on, it was instantly attack Bev.
Oh, right.
Saying Bev doesn't even know what horizontal line is. Can't even define it. He defines it as a thingy that you can measure from something.
All right. Well,
That's good.
I'll go into it later. I'll go into it later.
Well, we might be able to go over it later. See what we do know about it.
Anthony said you. Well, here's the thing. Anthony still watches your show, the whole show, I bet, because he was surprised that you didn't go over the video that Huey did. Instead, you went over a 2-year-old video of Brenda.
Oh, right. Oh, well, why would we go over it like a madman?
We wouldn't. Thank you.
Yeah, it's a bit irrelevant, really. I mean, like, we prefer conversation and conversations that actually go somewhere. If he wants to come and have a chat, then, yeah, I'm ready for that. I think a lot of people are ready for those conversations. It's about time we started having them. I'm hoping that this is just brought around for this reason. You know, that's why we're talking about this. We're talking about the angle at the minute. The angle that you can do fuck all with. But Ruhif seems to be able to draw lines on pictures. I've heard that there are other people that like to say that they can do other things with it. Miraculous things.
I just showed it to you in reality.
Bev, couldn't you say that a 100-degree angle is a straight line?
A 100-degree?
No, sorry. 180-degree angle is a straight line. Couldn't you, like, theoretically
technically,
say that?
Euclid says that an angle is the inclination of two straight lines to one another that are not in a straight line. So you couldn't technically call it a rectilinear angle. It's just the way people have made it. But yeah, there are 180 degrees on a straight line. 2 of them. 1 on each side, making 360. Oh, you like that one? That was nice, wasn't it? Well done, Blue. Welcome to one of your problems. You have to have 2 180s on a straight line. 1 on the top and 1 on the bottom. That's just the way it goes. There's no room for extra angles either side. Strangely enough. Blue Marble doesn't seem to have got that. And, well, Ruhif's using triangles of 180 degrees, which is a little bit contradictory, but hey, we're getting ready. It is Global Antinomies Week. So all of this time, Ruhif's unaware that we're actually talking about a triangle. Let's carry on. But you couldn't really put a length to that line, could you? Like how long is a straight line?
They're all infinite.
Yeah,
right.
Ruhif would try and put a length to it though, right, Ruhif?
Yeah, because on a photo you can do that.
Yeah.
That's what lenses do. They map angles to pixels. Therefore, you can represent angles with pixels.
Yeah. So how long would a line be in that picture that you've done for 180 degrees?
Well, the line I drew was half a degree, so obviously off the page, right?
Oh, so just multiply that by 360, right?
Yeah, so off the page, right?
Yeah, in a straight line though, right?
No, you'd lose the rectilinearity of the lens. That's a wide angle lens.
Okay, but you would be able to put a distance to a 180 degree angle using your method.
No. If you had a 180 degree lens, it would not be rectilinear, and you.
What's he talking about? He's lost in his mind now, isn't he? You've drawn a line on a picture saying it's the opposite side of an angle, but then when presented a different angle, it becomes different somehow.
It's ludicrous, man. This is like saying now you hire a landscaper to come and do the front of your house, you know? You want to redo your garage, your lawn, you know? And he's going to come and he's not going to measure it. He's going to come and take a picture. Then he's going to go to the office and he's going to start making plans, how much grass to bring, how much rocks, how much. It's sheer lunacy. It's unbelievable.
Mm-hmm. You've got to think of it more, though, that it's a vertical line on a picture, right? And that's what Ruhif's trying to do. Ruhif's trying to get a measurement of an angle and represent that as a vertical line. Can you think of anybody else that wants to do that? I can. And we also know that you can do fuck all with it, even if it's an elevation angle.
You'd just be drawing a line across the whole thing. It wouldn't be linear.
This is great, Ruhif. I love it.
Yeah. I'm giving you plenty of content.
It wouldn't be linear. Ruhif says. You're saying it, yeah. The line that he's drawing wouldn't be linear. Remember that? Those definitions that are meaningless. Sort of like a vacuous statement, meaning nothing.
Yeah. Yeah, I assume you're going to put it up on your channel, so whatever.
Yeah, I probably would. Well, it's more for everybody to remember, right? Mm-hmm. An angle is able to be represented as a line.
On a photo, yes, because that's what a rectilinear lens does. Maps angles to pixels.
Making it so you can draw lines on pictures.
Yep.
Put rulers to them. Do you know, where did you get this from? Like, which...
Get what?
This method.
It's how cameras work, Bev.
Right, yeah, but where did you get this particular method from?
I have no idea.
Did you just make it up yourself, like you did with the auto level?
I don't. I just said I don't know where I got it from, but I know how cameras work, so that's where I got it from. Okay. From understanding cameras.
Yeah, so you've made this up yourself, Ruhif.
I'm not the first person to measure shit in photographs.
Yeah, I know. You put.
In fact, there's a word for it.
Tried to justify
photogrammetry. Here we go. Photogrammetry.
Yep. Yeah, but that isn't drawing lines on pictures, is it?
It's measuring shit in photos. Absolutely it is. Here we go. Photogrammetry is the science and technology of obtaining reliable information about physical objects and the environment through the process of recording, measuring, and interpreting photographic images.
Yep. But you're...
Photogrammetry, there you go.
What did you measure? The line?
I got the angular size of the mountain and represented it as pixels.
Where did you measure? Where did you measure that from?
What do you mean? What do you measure? As in, I've got the height of the mountain and the distance of the mountain.
The measurement for the angle.
Yeah, someone has measured the height of the mountain, right? That's on Google, and I got the distance to it, probably also from Google.
So that's two sides of a triangle, right? This is Ruhif. This is what he's telling us. This is how it works. Ruhif's got two distances from somewhere. He's found a picture, and then he gets two distances. I don't think I can make this any clearer, right?
And therefore, I have an angular size.
Okay, so you found a picture on Google, I take it.
Somewhere, yep.
Yep. And then you got some measurements that somebody else has made from Google. Translated that into an angle. Yep. Then you changed that angle into a straight line, and then drew the straight line on the picture.
Yep. That's where 0 meters above sea level is.
And that is blue marble what we scientific method. Calling that the blue marble scientific method. Picture from Google, distance and height from Google. Write that down as though it's a triangle. Then work out the angle for some reason. Obviously, trigonometry. Then you
you can draw a line on a picture for some reason, like, and completely backwards engineered, absolutely useless. Makes no sense at all. But Ruhif's going with this. This is blue marble science. This is how we get a line on a picture. Absolutely meaningless, as everybody should know. But hey, people have fell for it. It's a good trick while it worked, right? Maybe a comedy routine or something. I don't know, to see how you can get people to accept ridiculous ideas, absurdities. See if you can pass on an absurdity to other people so that they can be distracted from a relevant conversation, obviously.
Ruhif's error is that he thinks that zooming object and making it bigger in the frame makes it having a bigger angular size.
Well,
this is just nonsense.
Ruhif's big, massive mistake is him working out an angle. If you can't see that, how does Ruhif work an angle out?
Yes, but he is making this cardinal mistake, and he cannot see that. And I think blue marble science also, he is repeating this mistake.
Yeah, because Ruhif, what would the triangle look like with a 1/2 degree at one angle? What would that triangle look like?
Very narrow one.
A very long baseline in comparison to the height. Right? And where the baseline and the height meet, would that be an angle there too? And that baseline, it's a triangle, right? And if there's one thing that everybody knows about triangles, because if you remember this, Ruhif just went to Google and got the height of the mountain and the distance. And from that, he calculated an angle. Just work out that process for yourself. How did he do that? And would there be any sort of antinomy in there? A stolen concept, perhaps? Would the conclusion that he wants to derive from it, the reason for him drawing a line on a picture, would that go with the process of him actually finding the angle? It's a triangle, right? Ruhif's using triangles. Geometry.
Yes.
Ruhif's photogrammetry, because I don't think that's not the real way of doing it, is it?
I think it is.
That's why we call it Ruhif's.
Well, you can call it that. You can call Ranky's
I'm sure
historic
we can
as
call
well.
it with something better than that, though.
I'm sure you will call it something better.
Drawing
sure
lines on pictures sounds much better.
Yeah.
Can you team up with Jose and get a crayon?
What?
Is that what you're going to do when Ranty goes up with his auto level? You're going to draw a line on that picture?
I've already calculated that and published my prediction, which you have not, because you're a coward.
That's interesting, isn't it?
Don Geo made a rudimentary prediction.
Yeah.
And he said on a relatively clear day that the crosshairs will be at the top of the mountain or slightly above the peak of the mountain.
Did he put a number on it at all?
No. Of course, just a rudimentary at the peak or slightly above the peak.
Yeah, he did. I can remember that. When's Ranty going?
To be fair,
you guys made
it's probably the best flat Earth prediction because it's the only one at the moment.
No, Lemon made the correct prediction for Blackpool Tower, 0.26.
Wow.
Oh, good for Lemon. Good for Lemon.
Yep.
At least he had the balls to do it. Good.
This right here is what we call paralogism pushing. This is the Paralogism Advisory Council. Now, these guys may sound like they're intelligent about this sort of stuff. The correct prediction, says Ranty. Where is Lemon? Lemon's gone. Left again, like Jesse. Done a Kozlowski.
He did have the balls to do it.
We can bring him.
So he'll be wrong, but he did have the balls.
So how are you going to check this angle?
I've just made a render of what it will look like.
Okay. So you, what you're going to do is draw a line on a picture that Ranty takes with an auto level, and then.
How about I put my picture in the chat?
Can you reverse engineer lines to angles?
Hang on. Is that the one?
Could you draw a picture, draw a line on a picture from an auto level, and then reverse engineer an angle out of it?
I can, yeah. It can be done.
But you see, you can reverse engineer it as well. Ruhif's great. He can do all sorts of different things. Basically, this is, I would call this sophistry. I think Ruhif is probably in the category of a sophist. Maybe delusional. Probably insane. But definitely lying. Pushing paralogisms, right? Other people can accept this if they hear it, right? If they hear it enough, it eventually goes into your mind and you'll become to accept it. As I believe a lot of things that have gone on within this arena that we're in. A lot of people have devised these arguments, non-arguments, just so that they can keep a circular conversation going round and round. Ruhif's talking about drawing lines on pictures. You know, an auto level cannot measure vertical angles, but I suppose if you find some way of making a straight line into an angle, then you can draw a straight line on a picture and change it back.
I've posted my prediction in the chat.
It's very new.
That's my prediction in the chat. What will Ranty see when he looks through the auto level?
Yeah.
What's your prediction, Bev?
Not that.
Not that. What is it though? So not that. So when it is that, will you accept that you're wrong?
Oh, you're saying it is that?
It will be that, yeah.
Wow, that's good for you. Go and get him to do it. You can then raise
when you guys make a
the
prediction,
prize of predicting.
Yeah.
Pictures.
When you guys have the balls to predict something.
Is he doing it at night?
No, he's not.
Why is it dark?
What?
That black bit at the back.
of all the content within that prediction, that's what he's
Well, I mean, what else is there in the prediction? What else is there? There's a straight. There's a straight water line, right?
The relationship between the crosshair.
Can you see Blackpool Tower here? This was all a massive joke. It was fucking hilarious. He thinks that you'd be able to see Blackpool Tower within the crosshairs of an auto level. He's mad. Absolutely mad. And obviously Ranty never went to do it. Why would he? It's fucking ridiculous. Nobody's ever gone up Winter Hill with an auto level, ever.
His excuse was nobody was making a prediction.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Ruhiv made a prediction. He could have gone and proved Ruhif right. Ruhif could have been the saviour, couldn't he? If all Ranti had to do was go up there and do it, and he'd have proved Ruhif right, and then Ruhif could be telling everybody. Didn't happen though.
And the peak of the mountain, as well as other things. But that will be what's being predicted essentially. And then you're focusing on the background.
On it. I'm just asking. Yeah, I was just asking because there are people that do surveying at night time, you know.
Yeah, but that's besides the point of what he's presenting.
Got people putting flashing pattern lights on the tripods and stuff, so they can.
He said,
look fancy.
That's besides the point of what's being presented.
Nighttime surveying.
Oh, nighttime surveying and flashing pattern lights on your tripods. That's the way to do it, right? That's what we need. A bit of tripod dazzling. We never got to see the flashing pattern lights on the tripod. Shout out, Bob. Hope you're okay, Bob. Hope life's treating you good. Your retirement.
And you're actively avoiding the why it's being presented.
I don't even know who that is.
That is the correct bio.
Hey, Ruhif, can you make a version where instead of black, it's a nice baby blue? Perhaps
I'm sure I could.
Perhaps use different shaped clouds just in case it matches, but there's not clouds there too.
Yeah, I'll try that.
Honestly, Bev.
Yeah, just disingenuous, Bev. Like it's, you know, it becomes less fun when you're just totally disingenuous.
Yeah.
Where's this neon mountain? That's the cool thing.
What mountain? Oh, the neon mountain. All right.
Is that the Isle of Man in the background?
Yes, it is.
Wow. Hey, Ruhif thinks you'll see the Isle of Man through a 32 times scope of an auto level. From, I don't know how many miles away it is, 80, 90 miles away. Is it any wonder Ranty didn't go and do it? Right?
Yeah, because isn't it like a once in a lifetime or like very rare to be able to see Isle of Man with the P1000?
It's got a bit of a better scope than 32 times as well.
You think? Right? Yeah, I know.
Yeah.
And even a P1000 is like, you'll catch it if you're like super lucky.
Yeah, we've got it. It showed you the very beginning of this thing was actually Isle of Man through a P1000.
Yeah.
From 85 miles away. A different hill, not a winter hill, not quite as high. But that's what Ruhif, he's put the crosshairs and everything in it. It's amazing. The ignorance of the people. If only Ranty had have gone, then everybody would know how to do it. If anybody, like, can you imagine there being anybody that's gone out there to look at Blackpool Tower or whatever with an auto level from the top of a mountain? I mean, that'd be crazy, wouldn't it?
Imagine you hire a construction company, like I said before, right? To do your lawn and your driveway to repave it, right? So they send in a salesman, he takes a picture, then he comes back a week later with a crew. Are you going to let him touch your driveway?
I wouldn't let him near my property if he said he measured it with a picture.
I'd sick my dog on them.
Yeah, it's all right. I did it we were 100 miles away. We did it. Went up that hill over there. We got it sorted. Measured an angle.
Next time anybody has any work to do, like bring somebody in, you having a remodel done or something like that, and they start doing a tape measure kind of deal, just ask them, why aren't you just taking a picture and measuring off the picture? Why go to the trouble of measuring with a tape measure and all that stuff?
Your picture. Do you like that?
What am I looking at?
An auto level.
Yeah, Pretty shitty day though, right? Can't see anything. What is it pointing at?
It's just a picture, isn't it?
Yeah, but is it pointed at something that's meant to be there, or is it just shit? You know, like pointing at a white fucking screen or something?
I don't know. Put a line on it.
Yeah, Ruhif, I'm presenting a shit picture to prove some type of point.
Shit picture. Is it any wonder Ranty didn't go up Winter Hill? Is it any wonder? Because you know,
any wonder
you have
he went
lenses.
chasing ghosts.
Yeah, you have lenses for cameras for different things, right? Like Paper was saying. What do you think the long distance capabilities of an auto level is? Do you think they're built? Do you think there's specialist long distance auto levels?
I am not sure because I don't know how auto level optics operates, but I think that this magnification is fixed.
Yeah.
So
It has
if
to
it
be
is
fixed
fixed,
for the Stadia hairs to work.
yes, yes, of course,
Volumetric
that
rangefinding.
you have to have stable ratio.
Yeah.
So you cannot change that like in telescope camera.
And do you reckon that the lens would be set up for short distance or long distance? Because that would have to be, right? You can't have both.
I would say rather for shorter distance to have better measurements, like 2 millimeter. I would say that rather for shorter distance.
Yeah. So the picture that's in the chat is an actual picture. It's not quite a nice day as well. And that's sort of what you can see when you're looking out. Without anything in the field of view, right? No measuring rod, there's nothing there. What are you meant to be looking at?
Because this magnification is not for seeing far, but for seeing this measuring rod 2 millimeter. So it has to be big on the screen. This is just for it.
Yeah. Exactly. But nobody wants to talk about these particular things, about how lenses and cameras actually work. They want to pretend with numbers and angles and stuff, all completely irrelevant. And I would say some sort of a form of sophistry, where people are meant to imagine that these people know more than they do, because they can come up with numbers and angles, and they've got the farmers' boys in the background, you know, sort of helping them on. That's how they do this science. It's a team effort. Could you call that a prediction, or would you just call that a picture?
Well, tell me what it is.
It's a
What's the
picture
prediction?
taken from an auto level.
Yeah.
Yep.
That's the picture. That's reality, right? What's the prediction?
Wait, I don't know what you're talking. I'd say if it went down in altitude or elevation from where that was taken from, then the crosshair would adjust accordingly, and if you went higher, then the crosshair would adjust accordingly to that too, wouldn't it?
What a shit response. Here's a prediction for your picture that you provided, Bev. On a shit day, you're going to get shit quality in your shit picture.
Okay. Is Ranty going to go now then?
Have you made an actual prediction for where Black Hole Tower
Not
will
going
be
to
in
give
respect to-
you an angle from a device that does not measure vertical angles.
Then
why
then don't give
would
an angle.
anybody
Then don't give an
predict
angle.
an
Draw
angle?
a picture. Draw a picture then for where
What about
Black Hole
taking
Tower
a
will
picture?
appear.
What about that? Is that not better?
Where will
Something
Black
like
Hole Tower
that.
be?
Something like that.
Where will Black Hole
where
Tower
is
appear in
Black
that
Hole
photo?
Tower? Where?
So it's not going to be visible? Is that your answer?
Where indeed is Blackpool Tower in that picture?
That is the question.
Yeah, we don't want
you
you to
avoid.
Where's the mountains 90 miles away in that picture?
The neon green mountains there. You said that reverse engineering is, you implied reverse engineering is either dishonest or a shit way to have predictions.
This is literally blue marble science. I'm telling them. There's a picture of an auto level there in the chat. What haven't they asked me? They've just said it's a shit picture. What haven't they asked me? Fuck's sake.
Or explain things. So that's why right now what's being asked of you is a prediction that isn't reverse engineered. Wouldn't that be a fair question to ask?
Something like that. But
wouldn't that be a fair question to ask of you?
Put that bit a bit lower down to the bottom of the lens.
A bit lower down.
Yeah.
Where? How far down? Halfway down? 80% down? How far down from where Ruhif's crosshair is?
Curve it and put it near the bottom of the image somewhere.
No. Just I would say
where would Blackpool Tower be? I mean, I don't know.
I would say screenshot Ruhif's image and then draw a nice, pretty.
You wouldn't see Blackpool Tower. It's too far away.
Line of where you think that crosshair would be in relation to the mountain. It would be that easy.
A nice, pretty line. You go on, do it.
Well, you could draw an ugly line. I shouldn't have made that description.
Just
a line.
I'll give you a picture.
No, a prediction for what would be seen.
Yeah, something like that. It would be seen something like that.
Oh, that's good.
So you're predicting not seeing Blackpool Tower? Is that your prediction?
That'd be a good prediction, wouldn't it? Yeah.
Okay, so when Blackpool Tower is seen, will you say that you were wrong?
You get us the picture, go get Ranty, and
I'm
get him
asking you,
to
when we
show
do
us the
get it,
picture of Blackpool Tower, and
when it is in there, will you accept that you're wrong?
Yeah, if you show me a picture of Blackpool Tower, I'll go, brilliant, that's nice. Yeah, that's a picture of Blackpool Tower.
So your prediction was wrong.
My prediction is that picture. Now, you go and get Ranty to do his little dance up to Winter Hill and take his picture. Then you can come back and tell me whether I'm right or wrong.
Right, so your prediction is that you won't see Blackpool Tower.
Or what you can do is keep dancing like this and prove me right that Ranty will not go there.
Ev wants to reverse engineer. The thing that he's against is what he wants to do. That's what it sounds like.
Yeah, do you hear this, right? I'm telling them that Ranty won't go. And if he were to go, he wouldn't be able to see Blackpool Tower in the picture. Now, is that not good enough to get Ranty to go there and prove me wrong? Or do you reckon they're going to prove me right that Ranty won't go there? I know Ranty wouldn't go there. It's fucking ridiculous. The whole idea of this play that they were having with Ranty and the drawing the line on the picture and getting pictures off the internet to prove ridiculous things is the conversation that these guys cannot have because they can't see the contradiction. They're drawing triangles to backwards engineer an angle from a picture. They're using fucking triangles. They can't see it. And nobody can. Because nobody can see this logic of what a triangle is. And the guys that we're talking to, like Ruhif, they can't see it. He can't see the contradiction that he's holding. Call it an antinomy. It's a stolen concept. It's a self-refuting claim. It's absolutely absurd. Yet, Ruhif has based a fucking argument around it. Obviously not an argument, because they can't talk about it. But there is a lot of people now that have built this argument around a paralogism, something that's impossible. Antinomy. A lot of people. A lot more than you'd think. And there's a lot more people that won't be able to talk about this. And that'll be proved. I mean, people will try and talk about it in different ways. But these ones are a bit too touchy, a bit too close to the bone. This proves how people have been fooled and who the people they've been fooled by. You can pretend you're not. Don't have the conversation. Just keep doing the farmer's boy shit, talking shit.
Yeah.
It'll be great.
Yeah.
That'll sort it out for sure.
You think I'm the one dancing, but that's hilarious.
You damn Globers reverse engineering everything. Oh, well, give us a prediction then. No, I'm going to wait for it to come out, and I'll reverse engineer.
I've told you. I've been there with a camera.
That's great, man. Have you done it with an auto level? Have you
been there? Have you been there?
In the mountain?
Have you been there?
Awesome.
So your prediction is based on what?
So we're just waiting for a flat Earth prediction.
What is your prediction?
What's
your prediction based on?
And then you arrive a prediction. It'd be nice.
What's your prediction based on? What's your prediction based on?
A million times.
I'm not talking to you now, Ruth. See, this is one of those things, the questions that never get answered. People coming in to help each other, double teaming, teamwork, team sophistry of the globe.
Ruhif finally got there, right? 'Tis globe.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's why.
If you mate,
it's the same. It's the same response that I gave you either last night or a couple nights ago. It's based on the globe model. It'll be based on the geometry as well as standard refraction.
Okay, so have you worked out
kicking
that geometry?
Cavendish, man.
Yeah. Yeah, he said it's based on globe geometry and refraction.
At least he said it's based on the globe model. At least he's telling you up front.
It's not though, because he's measured. He's got an angle from a triangle.
I know, but he's telling you he's basing it on a globe.
Yeah.
It's beautiful.
All in the mind. Literally. Paralogisms held in the mind. ECV can't see it. He can't see the obvious that he's using. Oh.
I did that and published my prediction.
I didn't want to do too much of this.
What is it pointing at?
It's just a prediction is based on what?
So we're just waiting for a flat Earth prediction.
What is your prediction? What's your prediction based on?
And then you arrive a prediction. It'd be nice.
What's your prediction based on?
A million times.
What's your prediction based on?
A million times.
I'm not talking to you now, Ruhif. You mate.
It's the same. It's the same response that I gave you either last night or a couple nights ago. It's based on the globe model. It'll be based on the geometry as well as standard refraction.
Okay, so have you worked out that geometry at all?
Yes, it's not that difficult, Bev.
Okay. Parallel lines?
Parallel lines for what?
Tomato sauce.
For the horizontal.
What parallel lines?
For the horizontal.
In reference to the horizontal. What do you mean parallel?
Well, I mean, your geometry that you used when you used geometry to predict what you were going to see. Did you use parallel lines?
Why would I use parallel lines? I'm going to use a horizontal, and then I'll establish what degree I would be off from mountains that are a particular height at a particular distance.
What would you be measuring that degree from and to?
From the horizontal that I would establish at a particular observation height.
Yep. And then to?
Holy shit, man.
Top of Blackpool Tower, Bev.
To the top of Blackpool Tower.
Yeah, or at the top of
to a number of landmarks. Yes.
Okay, brilliant.
So that's what you did. It could be done for the windmills as well if you want to keep going with other landmarks.
Your prediction is based purely on geometry.
Geometry and standard refraction.
And, that would be globe model geometry, right?
Yes.
Okay.
Are these honest questions?
Yeah, yeah.
No.
Why, did that not sound like a question, an honest question?
I think
Like,
those questions didn't even have to be
well,
asked. To be honest.
I'm making my prediction on experience because I've been there. I've looked out with the camera P1000. I've also got experience of an auto level, a 32 times scope auto level, and looking at that out of distance. And I've also got experience of actually using the level for the job that it's meant to be done.
That's fantastic.
Multiple levels.
Sounds like you would be the perfect person to make an accurate prediction, right?
Which I have.
Yeah.
I've given you a picture. Much better prediction than anybody else has ever give you.
That's not a prediction. You gave a shit picture on a shit day.
That's
not a prediction, Bev.
That's a prediction. What the picture? If you can get Ranty to the top of Winter Hill, that's a prediction of the type of picture
slimy,
Ranty
Bev.
will give you.
You're so slimy because you tout around this experience and knowledge. Oh, I've done these things with this and blah blah blah. You can't even make a legitimate prediction. Your experience and knowledge means.
Does it not seem better for me to hand him a picture and saying this is a prediction of something like what Ranty will see? Is that not a prediction?
Not well, obviously not what they were looking for, though,
But
right?
that literally is a better prediction, isn't it?
Oh, I totally agree. Yeah, a prediction of what do you think Ranty will see? Well, this.
Yeah,
this is what I think
something
Ranty will see
like
there.
this.
Yeah, but what's your prediction? Well, this is the prediction.
Yeah.
Well, no, that's not what we're looking for. Well,
I don't
can
know
anybody
what they were
guess?
meant to
Can
be
anybody
looking
guess
for.
what they were looking for?
Yeah.
What do you think that they were trying to get out of you? What kind of prediction? A flat Earth prediction? What is a flat Earth prediction?
I don't know.
We know what they want because they refined their question after. You guys remember what they said? They added something.
I don't know. Like I'm saying, that's the Blue Marble scientific method. Then for changing, moving goalposts and all of that, they asked for a prediction. I gave them a picture and said something like this. If you can get Ranty to go up there and take the picture, you will get a picture something like this. Now, Ranty either did go and got a picture something like that, or Ranty didn't go. Either way, I guess they haven't shown it or haven't said anything about it, because that would mean them admitting that Bev, try thinking, might have been right about something. And that's one of the core tenets of Blue Marble Science, is that Bev and anybody at the On The Level Discord server cannot be right about anything. If you ever want to pass a Blue Marble scientific theory, bring it over here and see if we disagree with it. That's the best way to get it passed. You get a Blue Marble Peace Prize. Awarded with a medal. I think there are other people going for one of them. Teaming up.
You guys seriously don't remember what else they added?
I don't know.
What's the difference?
It's irrelevant.
Yeah.
Go on.
Oh, they were saying what height difference would there be? Where would the crosshairs be? And what's the predicted difference in height? That's what they were saying.
Yeah, because Ruhif has said that there's an angle and you can tell the size of that vertical from an angle that an auto level doesn't measure. Because he's got the picture and he's already established that you can draw lines on pictures. But this was all developed for Ruhif. That's what Ranty moving over was. It was all to push this angle, or rather the mind trick to allow you to think that you can do more than is possible than with an angle. And Ruhif even backward engineered the angle from the picture in the first place. It's developed, right? This is
a precursor to an angle measuring device. It's just to allow the mind to accept the angle measuring device, because then the angle measuring device being able to do astounding things seems more conceivable, right? It's a very clever game, if you think that. Either that, or they're just bumbling fools that are talking shit. But they've been allowed to talk shit, and a lot of people have obviously accepted it. There's a couple of options. It being true is definitely not an option. This is people talking shit.
What you say is true being an option? Yeah, no, that's definitely not an option. Not to these people.
Yeah. Well, what
that's
these
why they would never
saying
admit
being
you were
true
right.
Isn't an option either.
No,
not in reality.
Absolutely right. But they'll never admit you were right about this. Wonder if Ruhif will come back around, have a conversation about.
Ruhif can't.
Why didn't? No, I don't think
Ruhif
so.
left here. I think 2 days before he did that McToonery thing, where they had one of the guys refracted curvature go over and absolutely, well, I don't know, allow Ruhif to go ahead with all of this stuff.
Oh, the time he went over and said, yeah, everything you said.
Yeah.
That's good.
Yeah, that.
Mm-hmm.
I'll have that.
Okay, yeah, I remember that, yeah.
So, yeah, that was another allowance of Ruhif to do all of this stuff. It's an acceptance to him. Pay homage to the Ruhif.
Fuck all. If you're unable to make a prediction using these tools that you quote-unquote have so much experience with.
I think you just got nailed, Bev.
I'll say it again, dude.
I don't need to.
If you can get Ranty to do it, that is the prediction that I say you will get.
Bev, if
when
I go
Ranty
to a mechanic,
gives you a picture. So go and get Ranty to do it.
If I go to a mechanic and he says that he has tons of experience working on my particular car, and then I say, I have this problem, can you let me know what you think it is? And he says, no. No, I can't. I couldn't.
What's
tell you.
the mechanic route here? What the fuck is this?
I've got all this experience on that car, and I've done so much work, and I've got years of
shown
knowledge.
you a picture. For fuck's
I
sake.
couldn't troubleshoot it. I couldn't tell you what that problem is. I couldn't do that. You'd be a shit.
Is this is ECV, right? They literally
Definitely.
cannot see it, and taking this as some sort of a fucking ridiculous argument that they can't see the picture as a prediction. So sad. Yeah, these people have been allowed to do this. Ruhif and Biodual are in that room. It's a full room. It's over in Earth Awakenings, Geos. This is a regular sort of thing that happens. Now, I would call this gaslighting. With in attempt to incite people. There's no wonder people go mad, start shouting, getting angry at people. When this is the sort of conversations that you have. Ask you for a prediction, so you give them a picture, and they say, that's not a prediction. Oh.
Mechanic, right? So all of your experience that you tout around, being unable to make a prediction makes you a shit person or a shit knowledge on that topic.
Keep going, Bio. I've give you multiple predictions.
Right.
Multiple predictions.
None of them are honest, Bev. None of them are honest.
What do you mean they're honest?
Because you are not honest.
Well, I predict Ranty won't go. He's not gone there yet. He's meant to have been there and done it, but he's not doing it. So he is, like me, I'm right on that one. The second one is there's an actual picture that you can put it Ranty's one next to the one I've just give you and see, aren't they? Where you'll be able to definitely tell whether they are similar or not.
Bev, what if
we know you're terrified, Bev.
What if Ranty
go and get Ranty? This is ECV, right?
I don't know what's going on, right? And I'm pretty sure that this is the sort of thing that happens to just about everyone whenever they come into these conversations. It's sad to think that people can come in here and do this, and they can't see this as a picture being a prediction that Ranty could verify or not verify, right? They could be waving another picture and going, look at that, Bev, fucking hell, look at you, you don't know anything. It looks nothing like that. Could do. I mean, the auto level's been bought. Ruhif bought the auto level for him. It's still there. Cats just lives round the corner. Cats could go and do it for him. Dead easy. Ranty to do it. Go on.
What if Ranty went there?
Make a prediction.
What if Ranty went there at, let's say, 10 a.m. on a day and then DM'd you or tagged you somewhere and said, look, here's a picture of me at this location with an auto level. Will you then make a legitimate, honest prediction, or you still won't?
Is that giving you a picture of what he might see, something like? Is that not a good enough prediction for you?
Response to my very specific question. That was a great response.
Oh, or a prediction that you can't measure an angle with an auto level. That's another one. That's a good one.
What will he see through the auto level? I don't care whether you think you can measure an angle. What will he see?
There is a picture.
Okay, I guarantee he will see Blackpool Tower. So your prediction's wrong.
Okay.
Do you agree it's wrong?
Do you agree it's wrong?
Yeah.
What the fuck was that? Do you agree it's wrong? What's wrong? He doesn't have a picture.
Yeah. He's just
but do you agree it's wrong?
Yeah.
Yeah, sure. I agree that it's wrong. The picture that he doesn't have?
Yeah.
Yeah, I agree that's wrong.
He's predicted it, so therefore my picture must be wrong. Because he's predicted that Blackpool Tower would be seen. It would be dead easy, wouldn't it, to get Ranty to go and take the picture and go, look, Bev, there's Blackpool
Tower. Yeah, exactly. There you go. Now you were wrong. See, you were wrong. But no, he wants to do it before Ranty's even gone to do it. And so you agree you're wrong then, Bev? Well, there's no picture. There's no competing picture. Yeah, but you're still wrong, right? There's no competing picture.
It's gaslighting, isn't it? Literally.
Total gaslighting.
If you're not aware of this going on, then you'd literally be lost. This is Alice in Wonderland.
It does. They want to try to draw you into their madness, or like you say, draw some kind of ire or incenting some sort of reaction from you.
Yeah, this is one of the Blue Marble scientific methods of discussion, how they work theories. The theory that's come out of this one is don't talk to us about angles, geometry. Because obviously, this sort of shit. Get Ranty to do it.
Make a prediction.
Go and get Ranty.
There's a prediction. So I can reverse engineer it with all of my knowledge and experience.
What the hell are you doing?
So I can reverse engineer it.
White Knight in Bioduel and Ruhif.
No one's white knighting anyone. You're being called out, Bev, because you always bring up all of your experience. If you're unable to make a prediction with the tools that you supposedly have years of knowledge with, you're a shit person using that equipment. If you're unable to make predictions with that equipment, what do
you reckon to that?
It's so bad. It's so bad. Yeah, exactly. With all of your experience and everything, you're literally showing a picture from your experience of what Ranty will probably see when he goes up with his auto level. And they're just saying, nuh-uh. It's just nuh-uh.
What's the question that's not been asked yet?
I don't know.
You think that? Well, they're talking about experience and my experience, and I'm showing them a picture.
Yeah.
Right, so where was that experience gained? Why aren't they inquiring of the picture? What's going on there? Yeah.
They have no intent to, and they don't want to.
ECV, right?
Exactly.
Ask yourself that. What questions would you ask in this scenario? There's a massive room full of people. Nobody else is asking a fucking thing.
First question I'd ask you is, what did you use the auto level to take that picture, Bev?
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
what were you looking at? Where did you take it from?
See? Now that's a good question.
Right?
Yeah. Yeah.
Then I would ask, why can't I freaking see anything?
Yeah. What was it like? I mean, was it a completely cloudy, misty day? What was it like that you got that kind of picture?
Or maybe say, that's a crappy picture. What kind of picture is that? Yeah.
But nothing at all. You just keep going. You having to keep going back and saying, I've given you a picture.
Like,
that's what I think Ranty's going to see.
Yeah. And
it's amazing.
Could that be, where could that picture have been taken from?
Well, who knows? It might have been taken from the exact spot Ranty was going to go off to.
Could be.
Could be.
And
right?
why the heck did you ever take that picture to begin with? Yeah.
Why haven't they bothered asking is more the question, right?
They're afraid of the answer. It's got to be the answer, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what I mean. They should have asked you, why did you take this picture? First question. Yeah.
Yeah. It's very strange, but hey, let's go on a bit longer.
What are you doing?
There you go. I'll put it in there again. I predict Ranty will see something like that.
Yeah, you know what the
That's beautiful, man.
Please be honest.
He's saying, please be honest. Ruhif's saying,
be honest.
Yeah.
Yeah. Please be honest.
It's like you're telling the idiot, excuse my language, you ain't going to see shit at that distance. You're telling him that.
Yeah.
But he's not getting it.
You can't hear it.
Nope.
I mean, to me, it just shows that you can just use the globe model for accurate pictures.
All of you guys are pooing yourself because you don't think Ranty's going to do it. Who else can you get to do it? Are you going to get somebody else? Give somebody else some money? I think you should all get auto levels and go up mountains. Every one of you.
The honesty, Bev. You know full well that you will go.
Should make it a new globe sport. Sorry, Blue Marble Scientist sport. Everybody, get your auto levels. They only cost about 100 quid. Get up a mountain of a weekend. Why not? Take a few pictures.
It'd be fun. Have a picnic while you're up there. A few beers or something. Be careful. You don't want to fall off the mountain. Yeah.
Set up your auto
a little
level.
hiking.
We're like, what's he doing? Oh, Blue Marble Scientists, aren't they? It's a new trend. They're all out there doing it.
Just hope there's no surveyors out there at the same spot you happen to be hiking in to bring your auto level up, because he might ask you, what the hell are you doing?
What the fuck are you doing up here?
and who's got the measuring rod up the other mountain or at Blackpool Tower or wherever? And can you actually see that with 100 quid buying an auto level? What is it going to be, a 24? It's not going to be a 32, is it, for 100 quid?
Oh, yeah, mine was the 32.
That's all?
Yeah, you read the specs 32? On it.
That's pretty good.
Blue Marble said it's like one of the best specs you can see for this auto level.
Well, it is pretty cheap.
Yeah.
Go out there and see what you can see with it 32 times.
Yeah, I've got a video where I called them up because George said it was shit. So I called them up about it, and it's like the best specs for optics. But if you want a tool for measuring elevation changes, then this auto level from Datum, it's the bee's knees. That's what you want.
There you go.
Nice, cheap, and really effective. The best in its range. The accuracy is fantastic.
Well, but when you say effective, you're talking about, actually using it for its intended purpose, though.
Yeah. Obviously.
Oh, yeah, okay.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah, not Blue Marble Scientific reappropriation methods.
I think they need it. They need a different kind of tool, is what I think. Maybe they ought to invent one.
No, just keep the auto level. I want to see him get at the auto level up there. I still want to see him do it.
You do.
It deserves to be done. It's been talked about by Ruhif. Ruhif's made a prediction. It needs checking from somebody.
Kevin would not take an auto level up a mountain and view an object at 80 miles? What is wrong with you, Kevin?
We've got P1. We have P1000s for that sort.
Yeah, I'd much rather take a P1000, but because I don't think I'm going to see very much with a 32x auto level, to be honest.
Well, orientated horizontally.
Yeah. My gosh. Can't see it though. They can't. Funny how you were saying can't see it when we're referencing optics. Can't see it.
You could watch a moonrise, like Rumpus said. Moonrise, like it's a phenomenal sight, apparently. Rumpus.
Who was it? Was it Chikey or was it Blue? Somebody said, "Well, it's optics, isn't it? It's got a magnification. You can use it for that, can't you?" Yeah. And I think you were saying that you can only, you have to have a measuring rod, and it's only, it's for specific specs and all this other stuff. Yeah, but it's still it's still a magnification, still optics.
Wally's talking about the stadia marks are for angular measurement. Yes, Wally, and we all know triangles have 180 degrees. Good old-fashioned Euclidean triangles. You can't measure anything in there, though, obviously. Those stadia hairs are useless without a vertical measuring rod in them. That's right, vertical.
As soon as someone
floods of pictures
of
globers coming out there now with getting pictures of auto levels up mountains.
There's been like 3 or 4 globers that have made the same prediction. Why is that? Because we're not fucking terrified like you.
If your predictions are always right, why does the surveying industry exist? You could just predict.
Vivid question.
Oh yeah.
You know that these predictions are made with. You know these predictions are made with surveying information, right, Jerry? It's not that we have unknown heights or unknown distances. We have these values because...
So we already know the height and we already know the distance. What is it that they're doing? What are they doing? What's the idea behind backwards engineering an angle?
They want to have absolute size in feet, just measuring an angle.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, but they get a distance away from the internet and the vertical height. So they've got the measurements, the actual measurements. What are they doing? What's the purpose of this?
Perfect question. What is the purpose?
There is no purpose.
No.
It's a vacuous fucking...
They already have data what they wanted.
Yeah. Yeah, the only reason that they could have a purpose for doing this is a stolen concept. To tell you that the data that they had isn't the data that they had. They've changed it somehow. It's a Alice in Wonderland mind trick. And the people that it's worked on are in the chat right now. Trying to justify this trick that they've had played on them. We know how the stadia work, Wally. That's a paralogism. You're just DCVing all over the place. Keep on the topic, Wally. They keep going on about the stadia. That's obviously where your problems lie. Stop looking at the stadia hairs. The stadia hairs, like we showed at the beginning, are an isosceles triangle. And that isosceles triangle only works when the horizontal, the line in the center, is perpendicular to all of the bases of every one of those isosceles triangles. Parallels, guys. Wally, I know you can't see it. You've never been round here. We keep telling you about your stolen concepts.
This is just another one of them. You can't use a triangle with straight sides to say the sides of the triangle aren't straight. That's an antinomy, you fucking muppet. Years you've been round here, Wally. All of you, whatever as well. Why can't you see it? Can't use a triangle to say that the triangle isn't a triangle. Because of a picture that you haven't even got.
Because the surveys are done, and we can make predictions with those values. It's not the other way around.
So you don't have to measure.
You obviously do have to measure.
So what's the use of your prediction?
It's a flat earther's position that we can use our eyeballs. No, the globe earth position is that you would use...
It's a flat earther's position. I mean, like, who's arguing here? Flat earth and globe earth? No. Fucking reality. Anytime anybody wants to talk about reality, come round on the Level Discord server. Come and have a conversation. We talk about reality. We don't bother talking about other people's models. Because if you do that, you forget about reality. You lose yourself in the Alice in Wonderland argument. That's not really an argument. You start talking to the Mad Hatter.
Yeah, exactly. You may as well not bother spending your time on any Discord servers or any YouTube channels and just go full on meta. Just get yourself one of those visor things and go out there and create yourself a furry or whatever you want to be out in the meta world and just live in that, because that's what you're living in. You're already doing it. You may as well go have some fun.
Yeah, we just talk about reality. That's what that picture is in the chat. That's what they're scared of. They want little graphics. They want predictions of angles. They don't want to see reality, and they don't want to talk about reality. It's so obvious. We've been doing this for years. It's like Flat Earth Society runs this shit. And we've never been part of it, but it's been fun watching. But
coming to a head, though.
Well, I mean, like, this is 2 years ago. You can hear it. ECV running rife. They cannot address the very thing that they should be addressing. They've used a triangle, for fuck's sake. People can't see it. People keep missing it.
Use technical equipment to make fine measurements.
So then what good are your predictions if you're still going to have to check them against reality?
Because we're using the information within surveys, such as the elevation of a mountain, as well as the distance from city to city, from a mountain to mountain. We're using all of this information from surveys, using the globe model to make a prediction.
My prediction is not from the flat Earth. My prediction comes from my experience.
Which means fuck all if you're not going to make a prediction.
Yeah, and Jerry, you said earlier that you can look at a picture and say that it's flat. So why do we use surveyors? Because, I mean, you can just look at a mountain and say, yeah, that's flat.
No, you gave me a picture and said, here, just ignore that flat land. Just tell me the...
You can look at a mountain and say it's flat. It's a bit, like, it's crazy. This is where the arguments go. Who says that?
You can measure a mountain flat, apparently, too.
Yeah, I know, I've heard that. Yeah.
The reason why you can't see the mountain.
So you know it's flat without surveying. How do you know that it's flat from a picture?
No, you gave me evidence of Earth curve, but then the ground turned out to be flat. And then you said, no.
How do you know that it's flat? How do you know that it's flat?
Yeah,
how do you know that?
Tell me why you can't see the mountain.
You just said it turned out to be flat. How can you make that statement by just looking?
Well, you showed me that. That's what I see.
Okay, so why do we need surveyors?
That picture there is actually a picture of me on Winter Hill.
There you go. Yeah. They never asked you that because they didn't want that. They would have been terrified if they answered.
T-shirt on as well. Look at me, advertising.
Yep.
Nicely done. So that is actually me at Winter Hill, the very place. I couldn't see, even with a P1000.
You might still want to go up.
I know. Ranty will see it with a... Oh, well, I don't know whether Ranty... Get somebody else to see it. They'll see Blackpool Tower, no problem. Get him a good one, a really good scope. See what the best scope you can get is. It's 32.
Because everything is flat. I mean, there's no need for that.
No, you guys are saying we don't need surveyors because you could just predict.
No, that's what you're saying. You're just looking at something and say, oh, flat.
No, you're saying you could just predict.
Ruhif's inventing a whole new way to do things.
Exactly.
He's not. He clearly
Ruhif
clearly gave you the name. He clearly gave you I guess you could say the scientific name, the accepted name for the process in which he was doing things. He clearly gave you the name for it. It's not a new concept. It's not a thing that he just made up.
Yeah, listen to this now, right? It's not something that Ruhif's made up. Drawing lines on pictures and pretending you can represent an angle as a line on a picture. That's not something that Ruhif's made up. No, that's a scientific method or something. Fucking bullshit. It's mistaken angular size and actually change that into a dimensional one line.
How many dimensions?
Because he's confused this. He keeps saying pixels as well, and as though that's got anything to do with it.
Hold on.
But
the angular size of something.
Lenses convert angles to pixels. What?
I'm sorry. I thought that was an important question. The angular value of an object. How many dimensions is that?
1.
Oh shit, Bev, did you hear that? Do you disagree?
An angle is the inclination of one straight line to another.
The angular size.
The angle. The size of the angle. Yes.
Think about the words, because I know you're going to go to a script and it's going to be off topic, but listen to my words very carefully. The angular size, that value of an object, how many dimensions is required for the angular size of an object?
The size of an angle. Or are you like Ruhif? Are you mistaking an angular size and changing that into a height or a distance or something? Is that what you're doing?
It would be an in-frame height, sure.
A height, like a vertical height.
How many dimensions?
Like vertical height? What do you say?
Come on now. So how many dimensions?
Where is this triangle? The other side of the angle. Is it a vertical height or something? I don't know.
Specific and basic question. And either you don't understand it, which would be weird, or you do understand it and you know the implication and you avoid answering. It's one of those two, Bev. It's a very simple question.
This angle that you're going to make into a distance, a height. Is it vertical, that line at the other end, or
it's almost like pulling teeth?
Ruhif, what is it?
It is, isn't it?
It is vertical. The line at the opposite side to the angle, Ruhif, is it vertical or is that the
near enough to it? It's about tilted about 4 degrees.
Tilted. Study a geometry. The geometry of isosceles triangles doesn't work like that, Wally, does it? You should have told him. You can't use the geometry and then change the geometry. So the geometry isn't the geometry. You just add a bit of an angle somewhere. When does that occur? Before or after? Maybe bend one of the lines a bit if you want. Afterwards. Mentally. Conceptually. I think this, we've been doing this with these guys for ages. And people that can't see that and couldn't see it back then, maybe people weren't watching. People aren't really interested in it. It's people have the conception that this is complicated. It's advanced. It's only basic, but it is advanced in its simplicity. It's just a straight line in reality. The best thing you do, and you can do, and I think I've learned, I've always had it, right? Because I didn't have the model to start off with. But the best thing you can do is just drop the model. Drop the model, and then you don't have to fit things to it. And life become simple again. The understanding of things that are simple becomes very simple to understand. You can have a knowing rather than a confusion and be filled with contradictions and paradoxes everywhere. Because there are no paradoxes in reality. No matter how many times you're told to accept it, and it just is, and all of that sort of stuff. Well, they're paradoxes. You don't have to accept them. You should be able to question them. In this little bit of community, they're treated as I don't know. You're thrown out of a community for asking questions. Whenever you see a contradiction, you should be allowed to point that out and say, look here, guys, here's a contradiction that you're holding. Well, here's a contradiction that you're holding. You can do fuck all with an angle. And once you try and imagine a model into that geometry, then you're left up shit creek without a paddle, like Ruhif and Wally and whatever. Pushing paralogisms for years they have.
In the photo that we're looking at.
That red line.
The mountain is tilted about 4 degrees.
Yeah, but the red line that we're
I didn't take.
Tilting mountains. The mountain's tilted, says Ruhif. Think about that for a minute.
It has to in their fantasy.
What would a tilted mountain look like?
You got me.
It's genius. 4-degree tilt.
Take tilt into account, no.
That's the funniest damn stuff.
So that would be vertical or not?
Near enough to it. It'll be tilted by 4 degrees, but I'm not assuming the.
A tilted freaking mountain by 4 degrees.
Well, I think he's saying that the vertical tilts by 4 degrees. Because he's
Well,
not
yeah, it would
saying,
have-
yeah, it's vertical. Is he?
It would have to. Mountains,
Tilted
plumb
which
lines.
direction?
It would definitely be vertical, right? It would be so easy for him to just say, yeah, of course it's vertical. Because it is. Vertical over there is vertical.
He can't say that.
Why?
Because his
No,
globe.
but he has vertical on his conception of whatever he thinks as well, doesn't he?
That's why he says it's tilted.
Yeah, but that to his.
Well, how can vertical tilt? I mean, why would anybody
Yeah,
say
right.
that?
In
What's
their
going
minds,
on?
Right. It does.
In that
They
mind.
do, obviously. In their
His-
minds.
But with tilting, this vertical stadia hairs will not work. Sorry.
Yeah, but not only that, verticals don't tilt. So what's give him the idea that there can be a measurable angular change? And him to be able to call it a tilt?
I would say that prediction tells him.
No,
but
it's
it's not
easy.
tilted, is it?
All you gotta do is envision that you live on a globe, on a ball. That's all.
He can't envision he lives on a globe. He's got a tilt. That
That
doesn't
too.
happen. Not even on his
Elitism.
model.
You gotta understand their mindset, bro.
Yeah,
they
I
can
know.
they can hold 3 simultaneous thoughts in their mind that all oppose each other. No problem.
Of course. Yep. And he didn't say tilted in which direction, right?
No. Yeah,
because there is 4 directions, as I understand, that it could be tilted: forward, back, towards you, left, and right.
Yeah.
No, or tilted at an angle somewhere.
Yeah, just on a pivot.
On a pivot,
just
yeah.
a wobbling 4-degree vertical.
So what is?
while being level at the same time.
Exactly, while being level, but not level, but not horizontal.
No, that's different.
Right.
I just think the fact that he's put an angular measurement there shows that he's having a confusion, right, between Euclidean geometry and his model. Like the conflict between the two has led him to say there is a tilt of vertical of 4 degrees. But he didn't want to call it vertical, which is another strange thing. Because in reality, everybody knows that if it's got a tilt, it's not vertical.
That's why they changed the name.
I think this is fascinating. But I mean, again, this works in and goes back to Blue Marble Science and his proof of the triangle axiom, I'm calling it. Genius move, Blue. I will get round to that at some point. He calls it reciprocal zenith angles, but I'm thinking if he wants to label it with geometry, it's the triangle axiom. And if he doesn't want to label it with geometry, then it's just 2 angles. 2 angles.
Yeah.
That's it.
For everybody that doesn't know, they used to say plumb bobs were not parallel. But it sounded so ridiculous, we made fun of them for so long that they had to go to reciprocal angles, zenith angles. Because it sounds more sexy, but it's the same thing. Same thing.
Yeah, I mean, like Ruhif just said, 4-degree tilt of vertical.
Yeah.
I mean, that does sound ridiculous. Nobody's going to have that.
Picture you hang a plumb bob, anybody, take a rope, hang up, put a rock on it, and of course it's going to hang vertical, right? Now picture that thing tilted. That's what they're saying.
Yeah, like it's much the same as the equipotential angle of adjustment. In fact, it is the equipotential angle of adjustment.
Yeah, it is.
That's the angle measured between a vertical and a vertical, or the angle between a horizontal and a horizontal.
Mm-hmm.
That's it.
Yep.
That's exactly what Ruhif's talking about here. Absolutely
madness,
fucking ridiculous, and how he's got the nerve to just say it out loud like that is amazing. It's only a model affliction that can make you do that, and we're just literally coming from reality. Nothing. Not a flat earther, just somebody who's living in reality.
Yep. The plane, boss, the plane. Fantasy Island.
I'm just trying to imagine this triangle or this angle size, right?
Yeah. So that the triangle is from the observer to the top of the mountain, from the observer to the bottom of the mountain, and then that line from the top to the bottom.
But that top to the bottom,
yes.
Would that make the bottom of the mountain? What? Where's the bottom of the mountain? That's interesting.
That is interesting. Just think about that for a while.
Measuring an angle of a half of a degree over 100 miles or so. Measuring from the bottom of the mountain.
What if you're in the Rocky Mountains, which I've seen?
He's talking about the
he talking about the Rockies?
You know that one that's the longest distance photo taken. They went up to one mountain and then looked across to a massive mountain range. I think that's what he's talking about, that picture.
Yeah, so what is the bottom of the mountain?
Yeah.
What is that?
What
if whatever they call the plane or the the where the mountain stops or starts to rise, whatever that is. What if that's 3,000 feet above sea level? Is that the bottom of the mountain? Or is sea level the bottom of the mountain, some 3,000 feet below what you think is quote unquote flat at that point?
Well, does the bottom of the mountain go further down than that? I mean,
It's further than sea level.
Where is the bottom of the mountain?
Exactly. That's a good question.
All good questions, but never answered. Some edge of the triangle shorter and the top longer.
Do you mean because it's tilted back, or what are you getting at?
You're changing an angle into the size of the opposite side of the angle line.
Because they're equivalent in the photo.
But what's the relationship of the bottom edge of the triangle to the top edge? I thought it might be an isosceles, but it doesn't sound like it, does it?
It is, yeah.
It's an isosceles.
In that photo, I've used an isosceles, yes.
Oh, right.
I haven't incorporated.
It is an isosceles triangle, much like
With
Blue made the mistake, because he's talking there from the bottom of the mountain. So you would be putting the bottom of the mountain in the bottom stadia here? Or exactly where would you be putting the bottom of the mountain again? What's he talking about? The relationship, because I'm talking about an isosceles triangle. So I'm talking about the auto level. Specifically, because we're talking about Ranty going up Winter Hill with an auto level. So it's an isosceles triangle, but he's talking about bottom of the mountain as though it's just what you would imagine. It's a right angle triangle, but obviously it can't be a right angle triangle. Can it? Blue Marble's told us that. It's just not possible.
We have just told you too, because he said there's a 4-degree tilt, meaning it can't be a right angle.
Exactly.
We've got to fit some extra angles in to our straight line, haven't we? On both sides, I think. Or I don't know. It depends how Blue Marble wants to play it, doesn't it? Whether he wants to go down triangle axiom route or double drop hump. That's terrible. It's a terrible choice. I'm waiting to see how this plays out. This is a way deeper conversation that's yet to come. Please stay tuned. This is only just the beginning. It's a 2 or 3 year plan. But this is where it gets really good, really interesting. Not this video, but in reality,
it's still
over
very
the next
close.
few weeks. A good Christmas present. Interesting concept to draw it out, right?
Well, now you've learned about the age-old art of photogrammetry now, Bev. Well done. You got there.
How do you get the angle?
It's the angular size of the mountain. It has a height and a distance.
But where do you measure that angle?
It is the angle because we know the height and the distance. You know the relationship between the object's height and its distance.
How do you know? Right. This is where ECV should be showing itself to everybody, right? Ruhif's just tilted the back bit, but he's now going to try and perform trigonometry to reverse engineer an angle. But I bet he's not going to tilt one end of it while he's doing it.
Well, I was just going to say, does he think that there's a right triangle where he said there's a 4-degree tilt?
I don't know.
Is that what he thinks?
Right? Yeah, I think he might.
Right?
He's unaware.
I think he might too.
Yeah. Literally can't see the paralogisms he's holding. He literally can't see it.
It's amazing.
Yeah. The height of the mountain.
Because it's been fucking measured, Bev. Why are you asking such dishonest questions?
Vertical height.
Yes, above sea level.
And the distance would be a horizontal distance, right?
Near enough to it, yes.
Near enough to it.
If you enjoyed the content, please support On the Level and future.
The blue.
Oh, I think that'll be enough for that, right? I think that's good enough. Anybody wants to watch that? It's called Ruhiff Side Angle Theorem and Some Predictions for Anti-Perspective. Winter Hill. The next bit will be a load of stuff about us all predicting for Ranty, which I don't think anybody needs to know about that. This one, this is Ruhiff. Level is horizontal. This is the one that Sleeping Warrior took round to Nathan Oakley. Now, there is a guy, calls himself, he's got a Superman cape on, calls himself, well, he presumes he's one of the leaders of Flat Earth. He probably is. It could be. And he's been saying some shit about us. I don't know why. Mainly, I don't know. Maybe he's a little bit triggered about not being able to do fuck all. Oh, sorry. You can do fuck all with an angle. Even if it's an elevation angle. Even if you stand and you turn in 3 or 4 different directions and measured 3 or 4 different angles. Still do fuck all with them because it's 4 individual angles. And as we've just explained, Ruhiff set it up that you can draw lines on pictures with it. I'm not too sure what QE wants to do with them. Or perhaps QE will just hand it off to somebody else. That's a good play. Somebody else told me. It's not my paralogism. Okay, so this is Ruhiff. Level is horizontal. And this is... it's probably going to have a Buster one on as well. So listen to all of this again.
3 coplanar points. And bam, there's the radius of the Earth.
On the level.
The way I phrase it is a monument to the curvature of the Earth. It really is.
Level.
It really is.
Level.
And bam, there's the radius of the Earth.
Yeah, I would say that a water level of any distance is not establishing a perfect level or a theoretically perfect level.
A horizontal.
Because the Earth is curved. My interactions with Sly have been pretty pleasant. I think he's a good guy, so I gave him some cash to do his experiment.
Ooh.
We're doing a test, Ruhiff.
Yeah.
Right?
You guys are lying sacks of shit.
You chuck some money at our test. Go on.
Say again.
Right, chuck some money at our test. Go on.
What we do?
No. Chuck some money at you. No.
No, at the test. The way you did with Sly. Yeah. So, support us the way that you supported him.
At the moment, it looks like a completely useless test.
Well, it's exactly the same
It's just
way
to show that
Sly's
level is
turned out,
horizontal,
then, isn't
right?
Oh no, Sly's was designed to expose curvature if it's there.
And
he
it's
didn't.
none of that.
He failed at even being able to do the test.
Yeah, that's fine. Still got the equipment, haven't he?
That Sly Sparkane that failed to be able to put some tubing together to do a test with water levels. He can't even stick tubes together. He doesn't know very much. We've found out more, and he gets even worse with Sly Sparkane. But Ruhiff's about to tell us now that he's still got his stuff that Ruhiff funded him for, the test that never got done. As he called it, the bending water level test. And of course, another one of the predictions of Bev, Sly Sparkane's never going to do this. Because it'll make him look fucking ridiculous. It'll give him up. It'll give the game up. They've had to change what they do and the methods that they use in order to do this. They can't get away with it. It's just optics. Everything that they do is all based around optics. They cannot stand the physics of this. They can't even get in a conversation about the physics of it. It's because it's blue marble science and not actual science. There's 2 competing scientific methods here. Yeah, he's still not doing the test, is he? And you're here asking me about my test. Wow, what a turnaround!
I understand.
What a turnaround! That is a complete that is a complete turnaround, isn't it?
Okay.
He can't
I
get any.
understand it.
Ruhif can't get any information out of the guy that he
Fly.
financially backed
Yeah.
to do a test,
I've
and
never
he's
asked
come
the guy.
here trying to get information out of a guy that he is ridiculing about the test he's doing.
Yeah, and the one that
I
Sly keeps making
understand
videos
that
about how
Sly's
this is a
test
How
fraud.
will
ridiculous are
expose
you,
curvature.
Ruhif? How ridiculous are you?
Actually,
I
Ruhif, would you like to
understand.
comment on how you think
I'm
this
just
is a
trying to get a
fraud?
sentence out, actually.
How
So
is
my
this a
sentence is,
fraud?
I understand that Sly's test would have exposed curvature if it was there. I haven't seen how yours will.
Expose curvature.
Curvature.
Yeah, if yours is meant
Who said anything about curvature, Ruhif?
It's just I'm
In
just
actual
showing.
fact-
that was my question.
Well, okay,
In
wait,
actual
wait,
fact,
DP, wait a minute. This test is to show that the water level has an even altitude, even being equal.
Yeah, we agree. So
Right,
I'm
okay.
fucking hasn't
So
go to bed.
how is this a fraud? Please.
If that's what all you're trying to do,
How
then that's just useless.
Ruhif, how is this a fraud?
Because I've seen what you've tried to do previously is carry a 100-meter stretch, 16 times.
That's
and then
Sly Sparkane's method.
I've seen
not mine.
you draw it.
Sly Sparkane's. Right, okay. Now here we go. Here is the test.
If your test is
He
not
just called Sly Sparkane a test.
Yeah. He's completely unaware of what he just did there, Ruhif. We didn't do 16 100 meters end to end. That's Sly Sparkane's bending water level experiment, and he's gone to 16 times 100 meters because when he tried to do 1600 meters, he couldn't get the water to stay in the pipes. There was multiple leaks. He didn't bother surveying the site, and he tried to get the other end higher than it would, and he couldn't work out why the water wouldn't go to the end. Literally, we were told that by Larry Scott. We've got it recorded. Sly Sparkane's useless. I hope you're listening, Sly. So yeah, Ruhif has completely mixed up the bending water level test of Sly Sparkane and the concept of this. This is called Realising Euclid, and it's for everybody to do. It should really be within the school children's method to do it, but it's far too I don't know. You just watch geometry, reality.
His testing method fraudulent.
So
Well
when,
done,
when you
Ruhif.
get to the
Lovely
end of
job.
your okay, I'm gonna have to mute you again because you keep interrupting. Bev,
1 of 16.
when you get to the end of this test and you have a result and you say level is horizontal and everyone says big whoop, that doesn't prove anything about the shape of the earth, will you then say yes it does?
No.
No. Okay, I'm going to bed. All right.
Okay, so
I'm going to bed.
that level
No.
is horizontal is good for you then, right?
I agree. I agree. Level's horizontal. All right, good
Sweet.
night.
Perfect.
Wow.
Nice, mate. I came
Nice.
in just for that.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Did you
level
just
is
come in?
horizontal.
Just now, yep.
Right. He didn't even want us to show her the test, did he?
No.
Because do you think it might expose something, or can we leave that as a?
You flipped it, man.
Okay. Always put the good stuff at the beginning of the video, right? And then you get to watch the lead up to that. He wanted to run away from the test. He didn't want to see it. They don't want to meet the whiteboard of truth. But yeah, Ruhif's okay with level being horizontal, as is everyone. It's just people get triggered about the shape of the Earth. You do use a level to measure elevation changes, right? So you prove with the level that it's not flat. That seems a little bit inconvenient for these guys, because when you say that, they say you're a flat earther. At least the farmers' boys do. You know, those ones in the background. The ones that use that as some sort of an argument, where you saying it's not flat to say, well, that means you're a flat earther then. That's like completely contradictory. It means nothing. I call that Alice in Wonderland tactics. It is actually an interrogation technique of Alice in Wonderland, where you just bombard people with nonsense until they go mad. Look it up. And then go to any other Discord server around here and see whether that's what's happening. I'd say it is. I'm much better off for not hearing all of that shit. I don't like talking to liars. Don't like having to prove people liars. And I don't like hearing shit that goes nowhere. It's much better with a bit of a meaningful conversation where you try and discover things, progress a bit. A lot of that's gone, as you'll hear. Wow, you must be really keen. Like, you know, is it because Slice Barkane's test failed so badly?
I didn't know it failed until like months after. I still don't know how exactly it failed, but yeah, sure.
You couldn't find the leaks. Have you not watched the video on it or anything?
No.
No, you just watch Sly's video where he misrepresents what I say. Because, you know, that thing that you think is the test, that was the one that I did at the beginning of when I was going over the surveying for the bridge. Right? And that was just a quick demo to show how surveyors work with an auto level. Just
Yep.
Yeah.
Does your proposed...
Do you think that's my test?
Just
a basic test with an auto level. Is that what you seriously think?
Is your test designed to expose curvature of the Earth, if it is there?
No, dude. The test is to show some people that level is horizontal. All levels. There's nothing any different about any of the levels. They all show a horizontal position, which is parallel to the plane of the horizon. Keep it really simple.
We're going to disagree on the definition of the parallel to the horizon bit.
Right, okay. And what about all levels establish a horizontal plane
when
of
reference? When you say level...
Yep.
Yeah, I would say that a water level of any distance is not establishing a perfect level or a theoretically perfect level.
A horizontal.
Because the Earth is curved. Yeah.
Okay. Well, there you go, right? Right. Now, did you hear my description there of all levels establishing a horizontal and the horizontal being parallel to the plane of the horizon?
Yes, I did.
Okay. Now, this video is 2 years old. I know there's a dude ranting and raving about all sorts of weird shit, saying that I don't understand it, but I'm pretty sure that that's the exact same definition that he used. Really weird, that, isn't it? So,
hang on. You know, hang on.
What?
When people say you don't understand horizontal, you gotta know they're full of shit right off the rip.
Well,
not naming any names.
Well, they're speaking to an audience, aren't they? So why would they be saying it? Why would that? Why would somebody be saying something that's obviously so full of shit? Why? Well, that's what I'm more interested in. I'm
Yeah,
more
he's trying to
interested in the
defame you
why.
for some reason.
Yeah.
But your shit's sound. Your logical arguments are sound.
Mm.
And then they just throw ad homs at you for some reason.
I'll say it again.
I can't divine their thought.
The best argument you could ever have is that it's not flat. The Earth is not flat. For sure. Right?
I'll say the Earth is not two-dimensional. 100% in agreement.
Yeah. And then you can get into the conversation as to how you know that. Then you can explain about how the methods are done, right? You'll be able to explain the test. We'll be doing the Realising Euclid test a little bit, lay it out a bit better, you know, to show people in a more of a formal video. But I mean, that's not what we do here. It's not about that formal video type stuff. This is about a personal thing for people to find an understanding within themselves. It's not about watching a video or anything. So I try not to show people things and make people make their own realizations of this. But just be known that we can prove it's not flat. Whether you can take that proof without finding some sort of existential cognitive veiling process or triggering or avoidance tactics, it doesn't really matter. There are so many that go around just to get that simple understanding. It goes deep, so advanced, but so simple at the same time. Here's where we go with the conversation. This one's 1 hour 40. I don't know. And, see, this test, right, is specifically designed around the fact that a water level is or does establish a horizontal plane of reference, right? See, that's where you would disagree, right?
Yeah,
so that's what this
wrong
test
assumption.
is about.
And it's an incorrect assumption.
Well, you see, the test is an incorrect assumption. This is blue marble science, the blue marble scientific method. Trying to hide from the very simple fact about what the test is about. To establish a straight line and to show that that straight line lies within a plane. And no part of that straight line deviates from the plane. It's very, very, very simple at the core of it as well. The concept of this test is all around the horizontal, the straight line within a plane. And obviously, if you want to do anything like that, you could try vertical, but it's a bit tricky to be able to say that, because people will say, well, it's leaning, and you'll say, what, leaning where? And they'll say away. Not like tilting to the side, but just away from you, so it looks vertical. So you can't do that. You have to go with horizontal. It's the only way that you can do this. Try and have a reason with yourself. How could you establish a straight line? There we go. Then the test, right? Now, Slice Barcane has been telling you that my test has something to do with an auto level.
Then how are you meant to, Sly's question to you, Brandon's question to you that Sly showed in the video. Have you seen Sly's video?
No, I don't watch Sly's video. No.
Okay, right. So you've got three vials to your water level. So you've got A on the left,
Yep.
B
Do you want
in the middle,
do you want me to
C
get the board
right.
on? Out, because I can.
Yeah, that'd be cool.
Let me
Yeah.
sort me camera first.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, Ruhif, while he's doing that, mate, he asked you about the auto level in test. What
The auto level what test?
Involved in this test that's going on over here.
There has to be some other.
You seem to think that there's some. Is it Sly that's told you that there's an auto level involved in this test, or?
Bev's assumption is that water levels of any length are equivalent to the horizontal at a single point.
No, listen,
that's not an assumption.
I will say again,
It is
right?
an assumption.
I am going to make a claim, and this is the claim I've made right from day one, right? Level is a straight line on a horizontal plane, right?
Yes,
I
one point. If
can
curved,
prove
that's only
it.
a point.
I can prove it.
Yeah, and I can prove that a horizontal at one point is different to a horizontal at another point.
What's a point got to do with it? A horizontal is either a plane or a line. It's not a point.
At a single point.
No. A point's a point. A point is nothing. That is which has no parts.
Yeah,
It's
yeah.
not a line.
Where
It's
you're
not a
standing,
plane.
whatever.
Okay?
At a single location of some finite size, there is a vertical. All right? At that location, there is a horizontal.
Yeah.
All right? At a different location.
Perpendicular line.
Yep.
Yep.
At
Not
that
a point.
location, yes. Whatever. If we're talking geometry, it's a point. If we're talking the real world, it's a finite place. Whatever, right?
What? No?
As soon as
What?
you move, well, points don't exist in reality.
Yeah,
We
points don't
agree on this,
exist.
right? So stop fucking around and just.
How can a horizontal be a point then? Because a horizontal does
I'm not
actually
saying
exist
horizontal
in
is a
reality.
I'm not saying horizontal is a point. I'm saying that in a point, either a theoretical point in geometry or an actual finite space in reality, whatever you want to call it, a point or a location, whatever, right? At a point, there is a vertical, there is an up and down. At that point, there is a horizontal, which is perpendicular to that. If you move to another point, your vertical is different, so your horizontal is different.
So you're
They're not
saying you can
parallel.
have. You're saying you can have perpendiculars. Points can be perpendicular to each other, or you can
No,
have
I'm not
a
saying points are
vertical perpendicular to a point. How can you have a vertical
There is a
perpendicular to a
vertical
point?
at a
Ruhiv?
point.
How can you have
There is
a perpendicular
Listen,
at
you've asked
a
me a
point?
question and I'm starting to answer you. Okay? I'm not saying there's something perpendicular to a point. I'm saying at a point, there is a vertical. And a horizontal is perpendicular to that vertical. Okay?
Carry on.
Right? As soon as you move, particularly if you move for like a long distance away, that
Hang on
vertical at
a
that
second.
viewpoint.
You were talking about the 1 point, and you've just given geometry to lines. Everything you just said is about lines, no points.
Do you not understand if I'm standing in one
Why
location
are you
and then I
doing
walk?
the do you not understand, Ruhiv?
Because you're just being fucking obtuse.
Ruhiv, everything you just said is about lines.
If I'm standing where I am right now and I drop a plumb bob, that is vertical here. If I move somewhere else, particularly somewhere far away, and drop another plumb bob, those verticals are not parallel.
It's a claim.
It's testable.
Go on then.
I've
Off you
tested
go.
it.
Go and do it.
Yeah, that's my video. I've done it. It's in my video.
Okay.
Of course.
Boom. There we go. We're ready.
Yeah,
And I could do with making a brew, and the missus is going to call me in a bit, so I'm going to have to go and make a brew.
There we go. I can see you.
See
Very
this?
good. You've had a haircut. Hey.
See this?
Yeah.
32 inches. That's how big my board is. It's in short. Never mind. 32 inches, 1 mile. In fact, hey, for the hell of it, let's do this. Ooh. 33. 33 inches is 1 mile. That's the distance from there to there. So we're working on a scale, horizontal scale, right? 33 inches to 1 mile.
the vertical scale here, 1 to 1. Right?
Yeah,
Because
we don't-
we
we
can
don't
do
need a
that
scale.
just to make sure you understand scales, though, right? We wouldn't want you not understanding
I understand
scale.
it.
Right, okay.
I understand it, but
there she is,
we
she's
don't
what
need
she's
it. You can just call that a mile. That's fine.
Okay. So that's a mile distance that way. And it's a tube, right? So we've got a tube, just a big long tube with some connections in it, right? And really good connections, so we don't have any leaks.
Is that the problem with Sly? That
It's like, yeah, he can't. He's a
I don't think that's the only problem with Sly.
a leaky plumber, right? So when you do that, you fill it up with water. Morning, and these water equal themselves, right? The water would equal, providing you haven't got more leaks than you can find, and water's pissing out all over here everywhere.
Yep.
Then the water will equal out to establish, would you say, an even altitude?
I like the word elevation. So
Well, no, because elevation's on the land, isn't it?
No.
Yeah,
Sea
yeah.
level's water as the same elevation.
Yeah, no, but this is a tube. Look.
Yeah.
This
the level
water
of the water
level isn't on the floor. It isn't the elevation, is it? It's altitude.
No.
It's an even altitude.
Altitude?
Yeah.
I tend to think of altitude as what a plane flies at rather than...
Well, that's above the ground,
altitude.
isn't it?
Distance, yeah.
It's a distance above the ground.
Sure,
I mean,
sure.
Surely.
We'll go with altitude, that's fine.
Okay, so we established, the water establishes an even altitude all the way across.
Yep.
It does that of its own accord, and we call... Just remember, this is meant to be what not understanding what horizontal and level looks like to some people. Done 2 years ago. Strange that they've took this long to come around to that, to finding out that I don't understand what it is. I'd like anybody to get QE to send us the correction as to what he thinks it is that we're missing about horizontal. That establishing of an even altitude level.
That, I think, is where we're going to disagree.
Well, you wouldn't even call the water in the establishing an even altitude a level.
If you had an auto level at one end...
No, Ruhif. Look, you're doing exactly what Sly's done. Stop thinking about what Sly's told you about it, right?
Sly hasn't told me anything.
Okay. Well, let's say, right, we're just trying to get the really, 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 really basic ones, right? There's no need for the scopes yet. We're doing primitive leveling here. None of this new age 2020 scope leveling. You can go on that in a minute, DP, if you want, because I've got to go and make her a breakfast, right? But so what we've done is we've just established that this is an even altitude, right? Even though you won't even call it a level.
It's at the same elevation or altitude.
Yeah, even.
I agree they're at the same elevation, but this tells you nothing about the shape of the Earth.
It's an even altitude. Because what that means is it doesn't give a shit about what's underneath it, right? An even altitude means it's at an even altitude, right?
Yeah, but it doesn't tell you about the shape of what's underneath you.
That's what Bev just said. He said it doesn't.
Okay, all right. So we agree.
Right.
We agree that this is not a test.
Okay, right. Okay.
This is not a test that determines the shape of the Earth.
We're just doing the basic water level, right? Now, in geometry, because the way we do it, from a point to a point is a straight line. So you call this one point at an even altitude to this point. So you would draw a straight line across there, right? And say that is the level.
I'm going to say no.
You'd say no to that as well.
I say no to that.
Okay.
Because you have another instrument that gives you level, and if you stick that on one side, those two lines are not parallel.
Right. How about this then, right? Let's just tap this in.
Yep.
Why would we do that? See, because what I would do, I'd say, because it's an even altitude all the way across, I could draw a straight line and predict where that would come to.
Oh, I hope you do.
Yeah.
I hope you do make a prediction.
Yeah. And I would call this point here that the water would come to zero pressure. Is that how you do it? Like something like that.
0 pascals?
Yeah, zero
All
pressure state, right?
I hope you make a prediction.
Yeah. And like this.
I will predict that.
Somewhere like that.
Yeah. So you will predict. Yeah, you'll predict there.
Yeah.
I'll predict a couple of inches higher.
Oh, 2 inches.
Because the Earth is curved.
Couple of inches.
2 inches.
At half a mile, yeah?
Yeah.
Ruhif?
Yeah.
Hey?
Couple of inches at half a mile. Is that what you're saying, yeah?
Yeah.
To draw a line.
In that
if you were to
upwards
sight,
direction.
It should be 4. Should it? Hang on, no.
Let him figure it out, Bev.
Ooh. See, this is 2 years ago. They were learning it then. Some people are a little bit behind, like 2 years behind at least, because obviously you don't get to this point without having the experience of being able to get to this point to show people exactly what we're talking about. Because Ruhif's going for the hump. This is one of the little games I like to play when we play this. We play hump, drop, hump. The idea is to be able to confuse your opponent with their own model into getting them to realising that they can contradict themselves about exactly how a water level works. It was one of my favourite games early days, but they've stopped coming round and playing recently.
Brain freeze there.
Yeah.
I will predict above. If you were to sight between the first and the last, it'll be above. The middle one will be above.
Yeah, how high? At half a mile?
A couple inches. I'll calculate it later.
No, give us a figure.
No, I'll calculate it later.
Yeah.
Well, you're just saying a couple of inches.
It's just that guessing,
couple of
right?
three,
It's just
couple
guessing.
of 4.
You've got to give it Ruhif, right? He's got to be the king of this globe maths. The ease at which the numbers flow from you, Ruhif, is admirable.
Have you got a number?
Admirable.
Have you got a number?
My guess is 2 inches. My guess is 2 inches, but I have to check it properly.
Sweet.
All right.
Have you got a calculator?
You are saying that if you sight along from the first one to the last one, that the level in the middle.
He hasn't got a calculator on his phone.
Yeah, whatever. Are you saying that if you, this is your prediction, right? If you sight along from the first one to the last one, the one in the middle will be at the same height.
Wait,
Is
if
that your
I
prediction?
sight, this is, you do realise this is a water level, a sightless water level.
I understand.
Right.
I understand. You can see around corners. I understand. And this is what Brandon's question was for you.
Yeah.
Brandon's question was, so if you label those A, B, and C, Brandon asked you a question.
That sounds good.
Yeah, so if you label those A, B, and C, those water levels.
Okay, I can do that.
Yep.
Just a second. A.
Yep, A, B,
Might,
C.
might be the other way round, but A at the other end. That might make a difference,
Okay.
no?
All right. Brandon's question to you. No, A, B, C, left to right, right?
Well, yeah, because I mean, you've got left-handed. Don't forget about that.
Yeah,
You've got left-handed
left and
sights.
right-handed sights. Yeah.
Brandon's question to you was, how do you know that the line between A and B is parallel to B and C?
How
parallel?
How do I know that? Well, what we do is we do this. We put. One in here.
We got visitor.
Oh, another one.
Do we?
Yeah. Chunky Butt
Who have we
Boys
got?
joined. Chunky Butt Boys joined us.
It's the
Oh,
Rufus
he has.
Support
He's
Club.
down
Oh,
there.
what a
Is he on the payroll as well, Rufus?
I heard him sucking up to Rufus.
Yeah, we make the big bucks talking to you guys.
There you go. See that?
And what does that prove?
Because
How
these
are
are,
those?
these
How
are
you
completely independent water
Yeah.
levels.
And
yeah?
it's the same question then. How are you showing that that those two are parallel?
Because I understand geometry.
No, but you don't understand the shape of the Earth.
Well, look. If I take this off here, right? So there's not one in the middle. And then what you do is you have this one and to this one, and then that's level, right?
No, it's your assertion that it's level. That's your assumption. That's
okay. Yeah, I know. I get it because, see, what this design here is what we call the on the level water level design, right? Now, this particular one has one that you can go all the way over the entire distance, right? And a way of checking whether this one is higher in the middle. Right? Whereas
there's still no way to tell. There's still no way to tell whether those whether those pair of things are parallel to each other.
See this? Watch this. If I draw this shape like that, right, and then do this, like, can you see that shape?
Can see that shape.
It's got three sides.
Yes.
1, 2, 3, and 3 angles. 1, 2, 3.
Yes.
Yeah.
You're better than Riley.
Right. So for this one, from A to, well, in fact, let's call this one here. This is AC, and this
Who's
is
got the shitty mic? Is that you, DP?
DP, you're scratching a little bit.
No, Appy's not here, so ICQ's not here. Bane's not here either, so.
See that? This is like a
can see that,
depiction of what you think happens here. Now, in your imagination of the hump in the middle, nice hump. I mean, I thought you said everything dropped the other day.
From your location.
Yeah, well,
from
that's
where you
here.
are.
If I was here,
And it
then how
drops
does
from
that
my
get
location
higher?
as well.
How does that get
It's
higher?
Not higher.
You
It's
just
not
said
higher.
2 inches up.
Yeah, if you sight from the left to the
Yeah,
right,
from here.
then
If
it will be
you're
higher.
if you're here and you are looking, then it is up. I thought you said everything dropped.
No, it's not up. I said if you sight.
You said it goes
if
up.
you sight.
If I sight.
If you sight from the left to the right, the water level in the middle
left
will
over
be
here,
higher.
this left or this left?
Yes, your left, our left,
right,
the left on the
left-handed
screen.
scopes. Left-handed
A,
water
right.
level scopes.
Or we could have just labelled them A, B, C in the start, right?
Yeah, I'm going to have
Right,
to draw
if-
this scope in here.
So your 2 inches up in the middle doesn't actually go up in the middle, no?
It's
I'm
not a
confused,
higher
Rufus.
elevation, and it's not above eye level.
DP,
But you said it goes
can
up.
you get a water level
No, it
scope?
doesn't go up. It doesn't go up.
Because you're looking at your scope.
It is
here.
below eye level. Both B and C are below eye
You said
level.
it was up, though, look.
No,
Have you even
I
got
did not
DP
say it was
looking
up.
with his water level sight?
I said
look,
if you sight.
It's a
from
free-handed
A
one. He's
to
not
C,
that
it will be
wealthy.
above.
He's only gone for one of the little ones. But look, he's looking, and it is up, not down. Like, how do you swap
If you
this
have
up
an
and down?
auto
What's
level,
going on?
If you have an auto level, both
Hang on,
B
we're not
and
on.
C.
We're not on.
We're just doing the
I
water
said the
levels.
word if. He just drew an auto level, right?
Why do we need?
Obfuscation for the auto level. Obviously, we're not talking about auto levels. This is one of the tactics that you will see coming from the Blue Marble scientific community. Swapping tax. This is, yeah. It gets frustrating, gods. I'm pretty sure this is what you're meant to do. You're meant to get frustrated. Therefore, you don't want to have the conversation.
talking to a diletheist that has or can just make up definitions for words, redefine things in his own imagination. Well, that's what you're dealing with here. Now, this was meant for me to show people, it was our practice for me to go over the water level test. But they always try and obfuscate it. They can never get through the test. They can never just go for it and accept where we're going with it. Always try and fight, because it's all about straight lines. I didn't just draw
We're
an
dealing
auto
with the
level.
water level.
This is a hand water level scope. A
What?
left-handed,
Is it-
left-handed water levels. I've done the missus
Is it
a
a-
breakfast, DP. Off you go.
Is it the Fisher Price one or the intergalactic one?
How much can you afford? I mean, you're making them. Prototype. That one that you're holding is a prototype.
Prototype,
Right,
yeah.
okay.
Yeah, just a proof of concept.
Yeah, I've got to make the missus's breakfast, so you discuss the development of the...
Right, okay.
Now, the middle, neither the middle or, like, neither B or C is above the level of A.
We're just going to discuss the water level sites, Ruhif. I'm not going through this with you, because you're going through that with Bev. Just the sites, like the merchandising of the water level sites. You don't mind if we put this into action? Because we had a little bit of a chat about it after you left yesterday, obviously.
You know I've got you blocked, right? Because you just talk shit.
Well, I don't care if you got me blocked or whatever. It doesn't really bother me at all, Rohith, because you've got nothing of interest to say. So, but we're going to go through with this water level sighting devices, right?
Okay.
And you've got because obviously it was your idea. So, you've got no problems with the merchandising if I take on the merchandising of these sites.
They were some fun times, I'm telling you. Water level sighting devices. You can obviously tell why that is. It's because people take them up mountains and stuff. Shout out Jesse, what's he called? Jesse Gordon, the original water level sight. Ridiculous shit that never happens in reality, only within this stupid arena. So, yeah, water level sites. Keep them in your mind, because they'll be coming up. You'll have to use it.
I have no problem. Is Bev coming back in like a couple of minutes, or am I?
Bev will
be
be
back soon.
Bev will be back. Yeah, he's just because he's a carer, and that's what Bev does. He cares. Okay,
he does care.
And he has to care for his wife. This is what he does.
Good morning.
Okay.
Are you
So
his wife, Emma?
occasionally,
No, I'm
Bev
not his
has
wife.
to go and do what he does.
Oh dear, I know, it's so funny.
Just looking at the name in the chat there, Emma. It's the same name. You've changed your name again. Same thing. I was looking. Who's that?
You have two wives. That's it's not a Western thing, that is it?
What?
Yeah. Anyway, so going back to the water level sight devices, right? We've got three. We've got like a beginner's one, a mid-range one, and what we've termed the intergalactic one. Right? Would you be interested in?
Maybe we can talk.
If we do a like a mock-up, would you be interested in like doing like field tests with them as like a proof of concept? Seeing as you will be putting your name to them, and they will be merchandised as. I mean, we're not going to leave you out of this. We're going to merchandise them as the Ruhif. What was it? The sighted water levels. I think we came up with. And like, if you don't mind, that is your name will be on the box, because like merchandising off the back of your name, if that's just going to be amazing. It's going to be amazing. Are you up for this?
I think he's more interested in the tea, to be honest.
Yeah. I've muted DP, by the way.
Is he not
Talk shit all the time.
even listening?
Oh, you're muted, DP.
Oh, muted and banned. Oh, not banned.
Morning, Emma. How you doing?
Blocked even.
Morning, Raven. I'm good.
Ruhif doesn't.
Oh man, this is a great day.
How many you got on, Redmond?
I got about 10 stops. Not that much. Everything's looks to be dock hits, so I should be good.
I was gonna say it's quite a chill one for you then.
Yeah, it's not. It's actually yesterday was colder, so it's actually pretty good.
Early finish.
Yeah, I'll be done. Whoops, sorry.
So no, sorry, Raven, it was me. I was just gonna pop in. Morning, Yoda, by the way. Oh no, DP, don't make me mute you as well. Come on.
All right. What's happened?
He's
DP's singing.
muted me. I
I'll
tried
mute
to
him anyway,
discuss.
so
I
whatever.
tried to discuss the thing with him, Bev. But he just,
I'll have a go for you, dude.
He's not interested in the business plan.
I know, but this is genius. Can you do us a DP with a sighted, just like I don't know. Remember?
Can I do your DP?
You know them old,
I'd need a friend for that, wouldn't I?
you know the old things with the
Need
telescope
someone else
that
with
you
a penis to do that.
do like an old dude.
No, he's asking for DP to make a
You
picture.
wanna-
That's
yeah,
it.
Yeah, I want DP here with a sighted scope with an auto level on top of it, and then a
Does
rifle
DP have
scope
a,
on top of that with a level.
Does DP have a YouTube channel, or is he just like one of your fluffers?
Pardon?
What is a
DP's the main man. This is what it was made for. In merchandising.
Yeah. Does he have a YouTube channel though?
I don't know.
Fluffer? Who's he calling a fluffer? And you know why he said that, right? Because I called Bane his fluffer in the chat
Bane my
earlier
fluffer.
this morning.
He's not. He won't have been watching that. He'll have you blocked.
No, he was there.
Oh no,
Ruhif was there.
Ruhif won't have known about that. He's got you blocked.
Oh yeah, that's
No, I
true.
would have seen. Was it Bane? I would have seen a response.
Yeah, Chunky Butt Boy. Yeah, I called him your
Chunky
fluffer
Butt
this
Boy.
morning.
All right. Very
Okay,
good.
so
It's a good word.
we've
It's one of
got-
my favourite words.
We've got
What,
this
fluffer?
dude here. There seems to be a discrepancy, Ruhif, that we need to get past first.
No, they're all at the same elevation.
Well,
They're
you know when
all
I
the ones
said,
in the middle.
you know when we said 33 inches to 1 mile horizontal scale, and then 1 to 1 on the vertical scale.
Yeah.
Right. When we did the initial one from here to here, you didn't seem to have much of a problem.
With it being the same elevation.
Yeah, because the vertical scale.
Yeah, I agree. I agree. Regardless of the
Did you
shape
not
of the
notice?
Earth, they're always going to be at the same elevation.
Right. Okay. So that vertical scale's fine. But yet, when you said
Yeah, we don't need to scale.
we would tap this one in the middle, you said it went up 2 inches.
No, I didn't say it went up. I said. If
Well, you did. You said
cite
2/4. So we could have gone for an average 3. I think that's what
If you
Gently
cite-
did. Gently went for a 3.
If you cite
There's-
from A to C,
Definitely an
you will be
arrow
looking
pointing upwards.
down.
Yeah, confirmation. I wouldn't have drawn that arrow if you hadn't have confirmed it, Ruhif.
If you cite from A to C, the level of B will be above that line.
Yeah, that's what I said. Above.
So it goes up.
Yeah, but it's not higher. No, it's not up. It's not up.
You
You're
said
looking
above.
down.
It's up.
You said above.
Yeah, that line, the line from
It's like,
A to
if
C.
this one's above, then these ones... Right. We see the contradiction that's occurring here. This is what we call, again, this is Alice in Wonderland. I don't know whether he's done it to himself or he's trying to do it to us. But he keeps saying above, but then saying not above. It's just contradiction. Contradiction.
He's trying to do a reverse Alice.
Yeah.
That's what they try. They try to put it on us, but this reverse Alice stuff ain't gonna work.
Ones are
below. There's a difference.
The
There's
line,
like two.
no, because we're on a curved surface.
What?
And if you look from A to C, that line will be down.
I've got, right, can you see this?
I can see that is a
Right,
ball.
which bit's at the top, DP?
There's no
Is
top.
there a bit that's higher
You're
on
only
this
calling
ball?
it top because you're
I
on
would
Earth.
say the bit underneath Veach's peaches.
Right here, about here?
About there, yeah.
Somewhere.
About there.
About
yeah.
there.
Yeah.
There.
A little bit.
There. There.
Right, that's it there. Yeah. Spot on.
Yeah, I would agree, DP. What about you, Ruhith?
No, I would disagree.
Oh,
I would
really?
disagree.
Which bit would you say is the highest?
Listen, if you are saying this is a ball in your room,
yeah,
then the top is where you pointed. If
Brilliant.
you are saying this is what represents the Earth, if you are saying this represents the Earth, then
why would I say
you are on
that?
that Earth,
Like, look, even this ridiculous little thing doesn't represent the Earth, does it? It's just a model.
I think it does.
Just a model.
Yeah, it's a model that represents the Earth.
Represents to you in your mind.
Yes.
Yes.
And in reality.
Ooh.
Right. So again,
reality.
if you draw a line,
yeah,
from A to C.
You know, in reality, do we have an up and a down?
Yes, and it's different for everyone.
Can we have, when you say above, up, right? Can you give us your definition of that, please? Because I mean, I'm confused. My definition of up is that direction, right? And especially if we're talking about water.
Relative to what, though?
What?
Relative. Up is relative. Is a relative term. So when you say up,
okay.
What is it relative to? I said,
we've been
if
doing
you
a bit of
cite
this.
from A to C, then the B in the middle will be above it.
Can you see that the water level is equalizing?
Yes, I can.
Okay. Now, what do you
And
think?
if you
what
want
do
to
you
do
think that's
stuff,
doing that?
Gravity.
Okay. I would suggest that the water is trying to find a zero pressure state.
Would you call it that?
Pardon?
Actually, no, I'll actually pay that. I'll pay that.
Okay. As in,
if let's say you had a greater pressure, greater atmospheric pressure at one end, that would actually push the water down, wouldn't it?
Yeah.
Wouldn't be perfectly level.
Yeah, it wouldn't. Yeah, you're right. But the water finds an even altitude when it equals out,
and on
right?
a globe.
Pardon?
And on a globe.
Yeah.
On a globe, that equal altitude is a curved line or a curved surface.
No, right. Now, we've got right down to it. That didn't take long. When I talk about this sort of stuff, I talk about geometry and Euclidean geometry.
Yep.
And the understanding of that is if you have 2 points, A and B, or A and B and C, whatever, that you draw it and you can draw a straight line between the two. Oof.
Yep.
Yep.
Notice I'm not being a dickhead when you called it a point.
But no, that's how you describe a line, right? From a point to a point. A straight line is that which lies evenly between its two extreme points. Two extreme points.
Are you going to translate that into the real world now where points don't exist? Am I going to be a dickhead?
There's a point here, point of water that's level, and there's a point of water here that's level.
No, there's not. That's dimensionless. There's no points in reality.
If I say there's a point here where the water level is, then
it's dimensionless. It doesn't exist in reality. There you go. See,
but the water level does, doesn't it? The water level is very, very, very real.
It is. I agree.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So would you be like, because it's a water level, right? And what you have to imagine. Have you ever seen? I did another one, didn't I? I did that. I forget what it's called now. Infinite water level. That was it. Because what you could do is
that's called an ocean. Yes.
Well, like see this water level test. So like if I was to do that and put a water level in there, and that would equal
you have
out.
the same problem.
Right, that would equal out. Yeah, but Well, for your model to
you have the same problem that Brandon asked you the question. How are you determining that A to B is parallel to B to C? And it doesn't. You don't solve it by sticking
you're right.
more
That's
water
where
levels
we
in.
were, weren't we? We were here on this, right? He says I have a problem. I'm not too sure what my problem is. I'm just describing how a water level works to a diletheist. I don't really have a problem.
I remember Brandon lost his shit over that.
Uh-huh.
You remember that time?
Absolutely. Brandon, the guy that took over Ranty's, and Ranty, the guy that drew lines on pictures with Ruhif. Almost as if they might be working together. You never know, right? You never know how the Flat Earth Society works. They're all just characters. And obviously Ruhif's a character that's full-on diletheist. Teaming up with who knows?
I remember I started yelling at you. Tell me! That's not what I'm asking! How do you know? Yeah, first time I seen Brandon lose his shit.
Same as Ranty. Drinking. Level is horizontal bullshit, is what he called it. A lot of people have called it. A lot of people have said that we don't understand it. A lot of people... Same team. Right, because from A to B on your model, you call that level. And then from A to C, you call that level. And then from
all the same
A
elevation.
to C all the way along, you call that level. So in this space here, because of your fictional, absolutely mind-mapped, whatever, I don't know what's occurring. You've got
I can't help you, Bev, if you don't understand what a globe entails.
You've got 1, 2, 3 different levels, all in the space of where there is one level.
Same elevation. Every single point on that is the same level. Every single corner is the same elevation.
Ruhif, I don't think you understand how levels work. Every single point on that triangle is the same level. Literally, he just said that. With the hump model. It's crazy how people get around to doing this. This was 2 years ago. Is it any wonder nobody wants to come and talk to us? And this happens to anybody faced with this.
I really, 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 really dispute that.
Right, okay. Well, how? Do you want me to run you through with a test then?
Yeah, actually, yeah. Show me your actual test that you refuse to tell me about.
So that dispute is just an opinion of yours then, Ruhif, yeah?
Yeah, I dispute his opinion of my understanding, yes.
No, your opinion. Your dispute is your opinion.
It's my opinion that I dispute it. Yes, sure, whatever.
Your opinion that you dispute. Oh, okay, that makes sense.
Can I ask a single question?
Yeah.
Very simple question. Is your test designed to determine the shape of the Earth?
No. It's to
What is
show that level is horizontal. Right, do you not know? There's a load of really weird people.
Synonyms.
Yeah, level is when... From the origins, Ruhif, right, what happened was, I went to Bedford Levels test. I sat in a dinghy with the people, like John D and Roxanne. You know, quite a few people. They're the only ones I can remember, but there was a few people there.
Was you all in a dinghy?
Me.
Did you sat in a dinghy?
Me, my lad, and Roxanne were in the dinghy.
Oh, not John D.
No, John D was he was doing something else somewhere in another one. And then there was another guy in a dinghy, and he was riding down. Right, so
John D's got the rhoticism, right? And that's why he doesn't talk in his videos. Is that right?
Pardon?
John D's the guy with like the rhoticism speech.
I haven't got a clue what that is.
Well, you can't pronounce your R's. Like it's Waskawee Wabbit.
I wouldn't know.
Okay, all right.
I wouldn't know. Yeah. I don't know. He's a good dude. I quite like John.
Yeah.
Good man.
He gets Karen B to narrate his videos.
Yeah.
Oh, she's got a good.
Yeah, is there something wrong with that?
She does. It's very soothing.
Do you not get anyone to narrate yours?
I haven't made a video for 3 months.
You should do one. You do one on the idea about behind the water level.
Trying to get some content from you, Bev.
Oh, brilliant. Right. So what we do is we go to the side of a canal. So
one end of a canal.
Let me put that.
The which end is an end of a canal.
Oh, when you said the side, I meant like view it side on kind of thing.
No, just at the side of a canal, like a towpath that goes along the side of the canal. That kind of thing, Bev?
Yeah.
Is that right?
Just like that, right?
The
So here we
towpath
are.
at the side.
The blue line is the water level in the canal, and the purple line is the towpath at the side of the canal. Now, this is just a UK English canal. They're only about, I don't know what, 20 foot, if that. I mean, they're pretty narrow. Narrow boats, they call them, the ones that are on it. Not a massive one, but... So this is just a stretch of water, because what you need to do, Ruhif, if you're going to try and do something where you're concerning level, what you have to do is you have to make sure that you start off with something level, because you might do like what Slice Barcane does and had something with a big embankment here, and like if it's not level, then you end up with big pressure things, and then you end up not being able to find where all your leaks are because you're absolutely rubbish at doing what you were doing. I mean, I did ask him if he wanted to have a chat about how we're doing it, but he didn't want to seem to come and talk to us about ours.
Did he not pressure test the connections before he went out in the field? And
I don't think he did any testing, to be honest. Ruhif,
Really?
what did he do for you? Like, he must have done something for you to give him that money.
No, I just supported him. I was a sub to him. This is going back like 2 years, right?
Wow. Is that how easy it is on the other side? I've got an idea. I haven't got a clue what I'm doing, and I'm shit at doing any plumbing or anything, but hey, Ruhif, give us some money.
My interactions with Sly have been pretty pleasant. I think he's a good guy. So I gave him some cash to do his experiment.
We're doing a test, Ruhif.
Yeah.
Right?
You guys are lying sacks of shit.
You're going to chuck some money at our test. Go on.
Say again?
Chuck some money at our test. Go on.
What we do
No. Chuck some money at you? No.
No, at the test. The way you did
At the
with
test?
Sly. Yeah. So, support us
Well,
the way
at
that
the
you
moment,
supported him.
At the moment, it looks like a completely useless test.
Well, it's exactly the same
It's just
way
to show that
Sly's
level is
turned out then, isn't
horizontal,
it?
right?
Oh, no. Sly's was designed to expose curvature, if it's there.
And
he
it is
didn't.
none of that.
He failed at even being able to do the test.
Yeah, that's fine. Still got the equipment, hasn't he?
Yeah, he's still not doing the test, is he? And you're here asking me about my test. Wow, what a turnaround!
I understand.
What a
I
turnaround!
understand
That is
Sly-
a complete turnaround, isn't it?
Okay.
He can't
I
get any.
understand it.
Ruhif can't get any information out of the guy that he
Right.
financially backed
Yeah.
to do a test,
I've
and
never
he's
asked
come
the guy.
here trying to get information out of a guy that he is ridiculing about the test he's doing.
Yeah, and the one that
I
Sly keeps making
understand
videos
that
about how
Sly's
this is a
test-
How
fraud.
ridiculous are
expose
you,
curvature.
Ruhif? How ridiculous are you?
Actually, Ruhif, would you like to
understand.
comment on how you think
I'm
this
just
is a
trying to get a
fraud?
sentence out, actually.
How
So
is
my
this a
sentence
fraud?
I understand that Sly's test would have exposed curvature if it was there. I haven't seen how yours will.
Expose curvature.
Curvature.
Yeah, if yours is meant
Who said anything about curvature, Ruhif?
It's just I'm
In
just
actual
showing.
fact-
that was my question.
Well, okay,
In
wait,
actual
wait,
fact,
DP,
if you-
DP, wait a minute. This test is to show that the water level has an even altitude, even being
Yeah, we agree. So
Right. Okay.
fucking hasn't
So
go to bed.
how is this a fraud? Please.
If that's what you're trying to do,
How
then
how
that's just useless.
Ruhif, how is this a fraud?
Because I've seen what you've tried to do previously is carry a 100-meter stretch, 16 times.
That's
and then
Sly Sparkane's method.
I've seen
Not
you
mine.
draw it.
Sly Sparkane's. Right, okay. Now, here we go. Here is the test.
If your test is
He
not...
just called Sly Sparkane a test, a fraud. His testing method fraudulent.
So
Well
when,
done,
when you
Ruhif.
get to the end of your... Okay, I'm going to have to mute you again because you keep interrupting. Bev,
1 of 16.
when you get to the end of this test and you have a result and you say level is horizontal and everyone says big whoop, that doesn't prove anything about the shape of the earth, will you then say yes it does?
No.
No, okay, I'm going to bed. Right.
Okay, so
I'm going to bed.
that level is horizontal is good for you then, right?
I agree. I agree level's horizontal. All right, good
Sweet.
night.
Perfect.
Wow.
Nice, mate. I came
Nice.
in just for that.
Yeah. Did you
Level
just
is
come in?
horizontal.
Just now, yep.
Right. He didn't even want us to show the test, did he?
No.
Because do you think it might expose something, or can we leave that as a?
You flipped it, man. That's it. Level is horizontal.
Level is horizontal. Ruhif has said so.
Even that was without a sighted water level as well. We managed to do it without.
Mark that down, 2020.
But that is just
Ruhif.
Craig's done now, isn't he? Craig.
Right, so what do you reckon to that? What difference did it make? None.
You think Wally heard that?
Well, level's still horizontal. It doesn't make any difference. They'll find any way that they can to justify it for themselves. It makes no difference.
Wally, did you hear that, Wally? Your boy Ruhiv.
Well, I mean, it doesn't mean anything. Some guy said that level is horizontal. Well, yeah. It's because it is. Everybody knows that. Everybody knows it. It's just that some people have a perception that horizontal now is a conglomeration of points that can be a sphere.
Oh, yeah. It's been changed.
Yeah.
Definitely.
But it's only in the mind. Isn't it? Nothing has actually changed. Other than the not argument that some people seem to put up against the fact that level is horizontal. Or maybe that we don't understand what it is. Maybe it's true that we haven't got a clue what it is. And for some reason, we've got it all wrong. And I'm prepared to be corrected on anything that anybody thinks that we've got wrong. Because of all of the people we have around here, I'm not aware of anybody that has objected to the simplicity of what we do. Other than the not that scientists, the science of the not that. Which never really gives any definition of why. With any sort of reasoning or understanding or anything. It's just not that. And why is it not that? Well, because it can't be that. It's not that because it can't be. That's the cause and the effect of this stuff. We've been dealing with it for 2 years, right? Obviously, it took a time for us to get to this point. Didn't even get a chance to show him the test. It's too painful.
ECV. They can't even see it. Because once they see the test, they'll not get it out of their heads. And the only thing that happens then is you go insane trying to justify obvious reality with a model. It drives people mad. I'm sorry, Blue Marble. I think you're next on the list. They've lined you up for it. Ruhif came round for a bit and he's disappeared. Done a runner, hiding away. It's not that he has to justify what he said either. Because everybody knows level is horizontal. It's not a big deal. And it's not going to change any arguments that go on or any non-arguments that go on in the circular debating, the flat earth debating community. Again, getting a not that. Show me the not that. That's a good way of working this out, right? One side has the science, the Blue Marble scientists have the science of the not that. And then the other guys, the flat earth debate community with the Superman capes on, flying round saying, show me the not that. Show it me. And I think that's about it. That's normally how these arguments go. Not that. Show me the not that. Well, you can't show me that. The not that. You want you to show me the not that. What do you mean the not that? Nobody's bothered about what is. Never go full bend horizontal, right? Do we need to listen to any more of this? Let's see, go for a bit. See what happens. I tried watching your video the other day.
Yeah. This time.
Oh,
not really. I was just
Oh,
here
hang on.
listening.
I got to turn.
Yeah,
I've got
to
to turn a bit, mate. You're banging in my ear.
So sorry.
No.
Oh, look. Whatever. Oh, whatever in the spinning water level. It's in it. I don't know whether we get that. Let's see whether water level design. And whatever wants to tilt it and do all sorts of stuff with it. You see the way that when you tilt it, they all parallel. It's really weird, that. And he spins it.
Spins
it, yeah.
Spins it. Yeah. Spins it again. Should we see if whatever wants to chat?
Yeah, go on. I'd like to chat about whatever, because
right,
that's interesting, that water level. Right? So, I bet a lot of you people have never heard whatever. So this might be interesting. Thank you, Logos. It's been a long time since whatever's been. I mean, he's always in the chat, isn't he? Always in the chat. Let's have a listen.
I'll unmute.
Spinning water level.
Undeafen. So, here you go. Let's have a chat, whatever, see what he says. Right, all yours.
Hello,
whatever. Whatever. Do you want to chat?
Whatever. I tried watching your video the other day.
Yeah.
This time.
Not really. I was just
Oh,
here
hang on.
listening.
I got to turn.
Yeah,
I've got
I've got to
down
turn
a bit,
him.
mate. You're banging in my ear.
So sorry.
No, that's right. It's just local settings. That's all. I've got a bit of a new mic set up, so I'm having to adjust everybody as we go along. So it's the first time we've had you in here for a while. So go on in, give us a mic check.
Test 1, test 2.
Yeah,
That's great. That's fantastic. Yeah, lovely job. Cheers, mate.
I was in your video the other day. It was
No, I was just
very
curious.
dry,
because
right?
I saw Rohit was in there, so wanted to know what he was
thought you could
talking
teach
about.
Ruhif some circle geometry that he could use.
Yeah, and I still can't hear
his,
Bev
Globe
at all.
math
Yeah,
belief.
do you have it muted or something?
I have no idea how to mute people.
Well,
Maybe
you
do it
tell
with
me he's going to have to
your
leave
accent.
and come back then, because that happens to me, doesn't it? We turn up.
Yeah.
Bounce out and back in.
If you drop and come back, whatever, because Bev can't hear you.
I can hear him.
Go on, can you?
Yeah. Yeah, it's
Oh,
the
and
turn up
he
thing,
couldn't
isn't
hear
it?
you then.
Yeah.
Right.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yep, now I can hear.
Yeah. Discord does it quite often.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I
see,
like it when I can't hear Emma.
I tried to watch that video that you put up the other day of the geometry, but you could do with a bit of sparkles in it somewhere. Throw a few jokes in, I think. Give us a bit of entertainment. You're not one of those like real life YouTubers, are you?
I kind of envy the people that can just get up there and talk and make it sound so natural. It's the first time I ever tried to narrate anything, and I listen to myself, and I know it doesn't sound that great, but oh well, it doesn't matter.
Never narrate was one of our things, right, Emma? Although Emma's opened herself up for doing some narration, Karen B style. I think she's brave. I think Emma would be good at doing narration.
It just feels weird to be like talking to an empty room and then playing it back. And
your one especially was like it was like you were teaching a class at college or something. Well, college, high school.
Yeah, I was actually it took me a long time to work out the proof that I did at the end.
I didn't get that far.
pages.
Sorry, what was the proof?
The mathematical proof
for.
I did the showed how the sagittal was actually equal to the drop mathematically.
Yeah, that's been done many times. In fact, I think I was explaining that to Cleary the other day. It's like I think that's where Ruhif with his up down and thingy, like people like you saying that one is equal to the other when they are both in opposite directions is why people like Ruhif ends up with the up down. Ruhif and Dawn.
But the length is equal.
Yeah. I mean, screw the fact that you look absolutely fucking stupid when you say that the up is the same as the down, or neither of them are actually there, or they're both the same.
I didn't say any of that. But
No. Ruhif did. Did you not hear him?
No, actually I didn't, because I was deafened for a while, then I wasn't, then I was deafened again, and I don't know.
Okay.
But no,
Yeah,
I only
say
get
Discord's
bits
been
and
acting
pieces.
weird.
And
Can
I
you see
didn't
my
hear you at all?
Can you see my thing then on the board?
It's a small one, yeah.
The what? Oh right. I see. That's your. So you've actually done this water level design.
Yeah,
Right?
I've showed
You've
this
made
to you
one
a
of
couple,
your
3
own.
times. Yeah, I showed this to you a couple, 3 times.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So.
And I posted it here a couple times.
Okay. So can you see my picture on the board?
A little bit. It's not very big.
If you double click it, it expands.
You can zoom in a little bit. There
Okay,
we
so
go.
let me just go over here and try and explain to you, because seeing as you know how the design works, let's see whether you know how reality works as well.
I just explain something. When you came in, whatever, you were
I built a mock-up of it, so I'm pretty sure I understand the design.
Whatever.
Can you hear DP now?
Hello, whatever. Can you hear me?
One you have on the board doesn't have the.
Can you
I don't think
can you hear DP
center
now? Whatever.
Can you hear me? Whatever. Can you hear
Hello?
me talking? Can you hear me
Still
talking to
working.
you? No, you can't, obviously.
Can you
just
hear?
explain?
Can you hear me asking you? Can you hear DP? Whatever.
No, I don't think I can hear DP. Is he
You
talking?
can't. You can't hear me.
Nope,
No.
can't hear him.
No.
Have you
Drop
got?
in
Have you
and
got
drop
me
back in.
muted?
Drop back in.
Yeah. If you've either got him muted or you're gonna have to jump in and jump back out again because
It doesn't really matter, Bev. I'm just going to listen on this one. But
I got a better idea. I'll come back another day.
No, just stay. Hang around.
It's all right. No, it's all right. DP says it's okay. He's just gonna sit back. We understand it's hard for you.
Yeah.
Right.
I mute him all the time. Don't worry. It'll be all right.
Yeah, ditto, Cleary, ditto.
Okay, so we have a water level. Now, we just went through this with Ruhuf. Like a water level does, it establishes an even altitude. Would you agree to that? When the water level equalizes and gets into a static position, the water, right, it establishes an even altitude. Would you agree?
I think your water level is no different than the water in your canal.
Brilliant. Yeah, definitely. So, would you agree that the water level establishes an even altitude? Whereas the canal you could call an even elevation. The water level, because it's up, it's an even altitude. It's two different things. Elevation, altitude, yeah?
It's at a different elevation. I'll give you that. And yes, it would be at a higher altitude if you know.
Yeah. It would be even, though, wouldn't it? It would be an even altitude. Yeah?
Yeah.
So, like, if this end is 6 foot above the water, above the sea level, whatever, then this end would also be 6 foot above sea level, right? It would be an even altitude.
An even elevation, I'll give you that.
No, elevation is the floor. Right, this is where we get definitions. We get sorted with definitions now. Does a plane, an aeroplane, fly at an elevation or at an altitude?
Usually say altitude with airplanes.
Okay. And why do you call it altitude?
Well, but if you go up on top of a mountain, you're at a higher elevation. So
yeah, because that's like you are on the mountain, and the mountain is on the floor, right? That is elevation is the land, the height of the land, and anything above that, like this water level, is elevation, altitude.
Okay.
Okay, so this water level establishes, when it's at rest in its static state, establishes an even altitude, right? Sure. Now, so we could put, let's say, we're going to put some water in this tube, and it will be there and there.
I'm sorry about it. I'm loving this. This is like taking us back to the old school. I guess I'm only going over and listening this because somebody said that we don't understand it. This is, to me, this is advanced simplicity. So I guess you've already heard it before. But if anybody's coming over because some angry dude sent him over and you're curious about what we actually do here, this is 2 years old.
And this is the test. It's developed since this one. In fact, I think these conversations helped us gain the Ruhif numbers. It's the knots we wrapped him up in through this. Hard to take. Okay.
Yep.
Now, along this line here, because it's 1609 meters, 344 millimeters, that's a mile all the way along. So in order to get from here to here, we need 16 100 meter water levels, right? So along here, there are 16 joins all the way along. Now, every one of those joints, we can tap in another water level, right? Like, like this. See, here's the tube with the equal elevation here, and here's one that we've tapped in, right? So all the way along here, you've got a series of all of these points, right?
Yep.
Now, we can either have them there or not have them there. Would you agree that, you know, that is a possibility of us having a tube goes all the way along with 16 of those points all the way along it, that we can attach another tube to, like I've just showed you, and we can test things. We can, you know, if we add a water level in, we could put the water in and it would give us a mark, wouldn't it? So let's try that, right? I think it was pink. So if we put this one in here and tap that in up there, obviously we seal it off at the bottom, and then we release it, right? What do you reckon would happen with all of the water if we did that?
Yeah, I don't know what you mean. Oh, you mean like just tap it in and then pull a plug and then the water will fill it?
Yeah. So where would that water come from?
It would just come from the water that's already in the level.
Yeah.
The others would drop a tiny amount and it would go up a tiny amount.
And that would go up, right? So once it's reached its let's call it hydrostatic equilibrium again, once it's been able to come to rest, what would happen? Like, because you see the way I drew that in the first place, could I, after it equaled out, could I do that and put a mark there? I mean, I think I would. I think that's where the water would be. What about you?
It would be at the same level as the two ends.
Like that, so it would equal out to be all equal.
As long as you get the bubbles out. I don't know how you get the bubbles out of something that big.
You just don't put bubbles in it.
I just know just the little
simple.
tiny one I made was difficult to get the bubbles out. I just had to like run water through it.
Yeah,
you
see that
spilled over the other end.
That was a scale model, right? See, it like this. Imagine your little one that you've made, that you know that I made. I made a little tiny scale model of this.
Oops, did I lose you?
No. I just say I made a little scale model and you replicated the scale model.
Yeah. That's pretty cool.
Yeah. But you realise that it being a scale model won't really show you anything, right? You can't actually use that as a water level. That'd be ridiculous to think that you could actually do anything with that little scale model of this. But never mind. We carry on.
You could
we've
sidle
got
on the top and see what level is, but
yeah. Well, we've got now these at the same level. right? He said you could sight it. You could use that little water level as a sighting tool.
Wow.
Like, I'm really, what are we dealing with here? Gone from Ruhif, it's obviously full of contradictions. This guy who said they're all equal, and then you could use it as a sighting tool.
Unbelievable. Unbelievable.
We're living in absurdity, right?
La La Land all the way. Yep.
Absolutely.
You don't have sights on it.
Oh, just look along the top.
Oh, did you hear DP
with the
then?
short one? I'm sorry, I interrupted. Go ahead, Bev.
He did hear me.
That's weird,
How
that,
come he
isn't it?
just heard me, but he didn't hear me
I
before?
did started hearing you.
Oh, I
Maybe
just
it's going in
started.
and out.
Just started.
That's really
That's
weird.
nice. That's good. I'm glad Discord does that. Right. Okay. So you've got all of these. Now we don't need to cite them because it's a water level. I mean, I don't need to keep looking at that, and I don't need to look at that one and that one at the same time, or even look from that one to that one. But you do. DP's going to market some nifty little scopes for you, so you can do that.
Courtesy of Ruhif, shout out the roof.
Yeah. So, the water level from there to there. Let's go halve that, right? Let's say, because we've got 16, like at each one of these 16 ones, right? So, let's put another board. Let's put another board here. Because this is what we're doing is, these are like actual pieces of wood or something, right? These are marker boards. Right, and now we're just going to put another one in. We're just going to tap. We're going to put a tap in there, and put a tap in there. Right, the water level will equal out again, and then we just adjust this one at this end, because all we're doing is we're just stood here. Ruhif's told us we can't move from this position. Otherwise, all the other water levels, all of his calculations will go fucked. So we adjust this to the same level again. Now, where do you think these ones are going to be? In the middle, because these two, we've already set these ones. Where do you reckon? Do you reckon I could do this?
It'll end up in the same. They'll basically all equal out as far as
so
the
it'd
height
be here,
above.
like
What
that.
if you're measuring against the canal or something like that?
No,
right?
we're just the water level in the tubes. I mean, it's one big water level. We're just tapping little water levels in and out, right? So what we've got here, we've got all of these on the same thing, right?
Mm-hmm.
Now, are you aware of the Ruhif numbers?
No.
Oh
not
shit!
At all.
Ah.
Oh, I was just
Hey,
about
we might
to drop them
yeah.
into. Yeah, she's like.
Oh,
she's
good
like,
times.
what
I
chat
don't.
can you see?
I feel I'm being
Whatever.
disingenuous here. Before you've gone over the Ruhif numbers, yeah, like
The good old Ruhif numbers.
you might want to backtrack. Give him the Ruhif
You
numbers.
ready for that? Yeah.
Well, he's going to have to have them. He's going to call me disingenuous and not understanding the model and do all of that sort of stuff that Ruhif did.
Whatever. What chats can you see? Can you see debate discussion?
Yeah, sure.
Yeah, you can. Yeah, right. I'm just going to drop something in there for you.
These were some good times, I'm telling you.
I can't find it.
You're never going to get these times back again.
Bear with me a second. You're right, just hang in there for a second, yeah? Right, there we go.
What you have to do is go
Right. Right, in debate discussions. There you go. Ruhif's numbers.
Okay, I went ahead and already answered this question above.
You answered this. Did you have the numbers before then?
Which question?
Yeah, no, someone else posted that already, and where'd it go?
sneak peek preview. Have you filled them in?
I didn't post it.
You've not took more than 5, have you? You can't take more than Ruhif. We put a limit on a third per person.
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure I replied to.
You can't do.
We want at least 3 people on the board.
Yeah.
I replied to Ev when he posted that the first time.
Which ones did you give us? Which ones did you give us? Whatever.
I'm looking for it.
6.
Oh, yeah, there it is.
Don't give us too many.
It's right above where I posted the video of my water level. That was my reply to you regarding that.
Drop it. Oh, 8. He's got a correction. Oh, he's correct. His first one is a correction of Ruhif. He's correcting a Ruhif number.
Oh.
Well, Ruhif could have.
Oh, you're going to have to knock Ruhif off that. Whatever. Challenger. I wonder whether Ruhif wants to come back and reclaim that. How confident are you, whatever? Are you... Right. This is so good. People are dropping away. I'm not surprised. This is the first time. What we noticed was that within the arena that we're in, the people were obfuscating stuff, and they never really came with a direct answer, and it was really hard to get them to make a claim about anything. So we set ourselves a challenge to get them to tell us some of their numbers. So what this is when we went over the original, getting the guys to tell us their drop from horizontal. Because Jesse Kozlowski said that it's measurable. Blue Marble said that it's measurable. And Ruhif said that it's measurable. Because they've all heard Jesse Kozlowski say it's measurable. And they've got this guy from Maine, or the guy that may or may not be from Maine, that's also said that he can measure that plumb bobs aren't parallel. Again, another claim. So these guys have heard these people make these claims. And that's what they're doing. They're living with that now. Blue Marble is living in that arena of believing people's claims and thinking that somebody's going to come along and show them how it's done, how they actually do measure it and when they measured it. And there's going to be a white knight coming, riding in on a big horse or whatever, maybe a dinosaur. And he's going to help them out with the measurements that they've just not ever had or done or anything. But this is the original of it. Whatever. He's in the chat, or he was in the chat earlier. I don't know where he is now. These were the numbers. Ruhif started it. All we had to do was tell Ruhif he was the king of globe geometry, and he started this off. And then once Ruhif had shown us that it was okay and shown everybody else that it's okay, people like whatever were wanting to get their name on it. So they're telling you how much the water level drops away from horizontal over distance. That's a measurable vertical drop, a vertical change from horizontal, measurable. That's real. These guys are showing you the drop, yet they want to put the hump in the middle. But then they say there's a drop from both ends. Completely unaware of any contradictions of anything that they say. Willing to strike Ruhif's 1 millimeter.
I would say it could just be around.
This is the beginning of that.
Millimeter.
Oh, so you're willing to leave the Ruhif number as 1?
And surely, Ruhif, if it's a rounding to the closest millimeter on the first one, why is it ignored on all the others?
The drop. Oh, he's gone for the 16, hasn't he? He's gone for 16 DP. Give that to whatever. He's definitely got that. The 16.
16?
Yeah, at 200.9 millimeters.
Wow. We're gonna have to do a leaderboard. We're gonna have to do another
7.9.
one of these. And
He said he's got the overall individual drop. The one that Slice Barcane was laughing at me for saying 16. 12.5568. Is that why? Do you reckon that's why Slice Barcane was laughing at me for saying 16 millimeter drop over the 100 meters? Whatever.
And I didn't watch Slice Barcane, so I don't.
He was on Twitter. He was laughing, like, because Ruhif said the other day that there was a 1 millimeter drop over 100 meters, and I said because Slice Barcane has 16 individual 100 meter tests, then the entire drop over that whole thing must be 16 millimeters. But you've just corrected that one as well because of your correction of the Ruhif 1 to 12.5568 millimeters. Is that what you imagine the total drop would be if you were to have 16 100 millimeter water levels? And actually, I think you'd have to stand at the beginning of each water level, wouldn't you? Would you need 16? Oh wow, that's a good one. Deal for whatever. To find his 12.5568 millimeters, he would need scopes at 16 individual scopes to measure that drop of 0.7.
Man, I'm going to make a packet.
You're going to have to make them good, though, because they're going to have to be able to measure 0.74848. Is that all right? Whatever. Or, like, do you really want to challenge the Ruhif 1?
He's just posted a link
No.
about the maps. Can you not
need
explain?
a really thin crosshair.
Yeah, I totally agree. I don't know how you measure that.
Right, okay. So what are you going to go? Are we going with the leaving Ruhif with the first Ruhif number as 1, or do you want to mark him down on his accuracy?
Right, so I don't know whether anybody got that. The total drop for this entire thing is 200.9. He's got it wrote here. Oh, here, guys. 200, wait a minute. See that? 200.9 for the total. But if you do it individually, like the Slice Barcane, 16 100 meters, then that's this. So you only get 12.5568 millimeters, and 12.5568 millimeters is definitely different than 200.9 millimeters. Sort of shows the impossibility of that quadratic function within the ridiculous impossimaths. It's always been impossible maths. But nobody's really talked to anybody about it. But this, again, this particular test, this is why Slice Barcane will never do his test. Never do it. It's never going to occur. Because Slice Barcane has realised Euclid. And realise the impossibility that's built within their mathematical system. The total drop over a mile. Everybody's been talking about it. The Globers talk about it all the time. They say it's 8 inches, but he says it's 7.909 inches. Whatever, says. But if you take it as 16 individuals, then it's only about 12.5 millimeters. That's about half an inch. It's a bit different than nearly 8 inches, half an inch. How do you do that? How does that occur? When you add a mathematical formula, you come up with two different answers. How's that possible? It's just not. And go with the 0.7848 millimeters.
Well, I actually have the math that I used, which I did the proof for in my video.
Did you use that in your proof, that number?
Yeah.
Okay, right.
Well, no,
okay,
you don't use. Okay,
Ruhif's gone. Ruhif, no, he was the king of the maths, but he failed at the first hurdle with his one. Whatever he's now claiming that one with 0.78 all the way. You have to go with it all, DP. I mean, he's used it in his proof.
There's no
drop number.
There's no values in the proof.
Yeah, he is. It's like that. It's a challenger. Straight
The
away.
mathematical.
Ruhif's gone to bed. Whatever. Boom, straight in there. Kicking him off. Bumping him off.
Kicked him off the throne.
Yeah.
Decrown the king. Does that make you the new king of global maps?
Well,
all hail, whatever.
What did you reckon of all of his other numbers? Whatever. Like, seeing as you've challenged the one.
Hang on, Bev. If the first one's wrong, then none of the others can be right. Then.
No, definitions don't matter.
So whatever he's saying is that all of Ruhif's numbers are wrong.
Ruhif's going to come back with the Ruhif defence, though. You do realise that? I mean, I don't think whatever realises what. But I mean, you have seen those numbers, though, right? Whatever.
No, I just answered your question about the 16 individual 100-meter.
Yeah. So when we were just doing that thing, and we put the level across, and you drew, like, it looked like a straight line, and it looked like they were all. You said we've got, how many marks have we got on there now? 5. We've got 5 marks of a water level all the way across. They all seem to be on the same straight line. But that doesn't, surely that you can't make that straight line fit with the numbers you've just given us, can you?
So, the important thing is the reason drop over 1,600 meters. So if you were at one end and the other end was 1,600 meters away.
Yeah. Like we've just described in that thing that we've just drawn.
That drop is much greater than if you took at 1,600 meters and divided it up into 100-meter segments. So you do the drop at 100 meters, add it to the drop at the next 100 meters.
Yeah, that's exactly what we were just drawing, wasn't it? Did I not explain to you we had a tap and we could tap in each bit? Like, we weren't even having individual water levels, but I mean, you can imagine them as being individual water levels, because you can just close bits off and open bits.
The reason is the drop equation is exponential.
Is it?
It's an exponential function.
It's an exponential function within your calculation.
Well, it is an exponential function.
Yeah, mind maths.
Even the
yeah.
It's like, even if you're using 8 inches per mile square, it's the square part of it that makes it exponential. So you can't take a function like that and add the individual parts and have it come out to be the same as.
I was also saying this the other day as well. You keep calling that exponential. You'll be careful with that. Just call it quadratic, right? They'll have a go at you for saying that. Because it's like a quarter function at the half distance, isn't it? You know, there is a relationship with that squared function. I will give you that. But don't call it exponential. People like Rumpus and all of that, they'll proper have a go at you. All the trolls. They'll laugh at you, say you don't know anything about maths. So, yeah, be careful with that. I like the way you're doing it, though. I mean,
Ruhif was taking the lead, but I mean, you are definitely doing much better than him. You did that really boring video the other day. I mean, on the Sagitta. I mean, that's the functions of a circle, right? The geometry of a circle. Right? I'm making the missus a brew at the same time. Keep popping back in. Dead air. You don't seem to be saying much.
No, I think he's kind of run out of steam. What's up, whatever?
I think we're preparing for a redo on the water level thing, right?
Anyway, this is on the web explanation of the exponential function.
You need to cite that to Rumpus.
Yeah, if he can come back and read all this stuff, I'd
come back.
I'd talk to him about it.
Why do we need the Rumpus here? You need to give that.
Rumpus won't come back here. Rumpus has got to do the parallel line conversation. I mean, we've got to do that as well. Yeah, whatever. But I mean, you're going to take the lead on the water level thing. I just finish off this.
I pretty much summed up anything I wanted to say in my reply to your numbers there.
So you're definitely going to take Ruhif off of the top there, yeah? His 1 millimeter is definitely wrong.
Well, I still think he rounded that, but either way.
But like I say, why round the first one and none of the others? Especially when you need to be millimeter accurate.
Well, the drop's going to be the exact same.
It's less than millimeter accurate.
meters.
It's less than millimeter accurate.
Yeah, you've gone to 4 decimal places.
Yeah.
Wow. That's way more accurate than Ruhif, that. Yeah, perhaps what it is that Ruhif thought he was talking to amateurs, whereas you're talking to professionals that want to be exact. I think that's the difference.
If you watched my boring video, I left a link to.
I haven't watched your boring video, so I have no.
I left a link to Wolfram Alpha, and you guys can plug in the numbers yourself. You don't need me to do it.
Plug in what numbers?
The numbers for the Sagitta and the drop.
What was that link called?
The link's Wolfram
Debate discussions.
I don't know.
Wolfpack what?
Wolfram Alpha.
It's in debate discussions. It has in there 39, 59.
Tilt test. Tilt test. So there's no curve.
Oh, you like my video of the tilt test? I just happened to look at that and thought it was cool. It wasn't really a test.
No, I've not watched it. I've just seen you dropped it in the debate discussion. So what did that tilt test entail?
Holding it up and just tilting it.
Holding it up and tilting it.
You're talking about the video, right?
What, you held the video up and tilted the video and that gave you a tilt, yeah?
I mean, tilt test, I just called it the title of that, but you can watch the video. It's like, what?
I'm asking you what was involved in testing the tilt.
It wasn't really a test. It was just an observation.
So it's not really a test, it's an observation. So you've labelled the video wrong?
Yes.
And what was involved in observing the tilting test?
I was literally, I was just about ready to pour the water out, and when I tilted it, when I tilted it to pour the water out, I noticed how the angles on the two end between the water level
hang on,
and the one in the middle went opposite directions, and
you've lost
made a short video of it.
You got ready to pour the water out of what?
Out of the little water level contraption.
Oh, is this the model you made of Bev's water level?
Yeah.
Oh, the one that you copied from Bev. You made you made a model of that.
Yeah, because I wanted to see what happens when you spin it.
And what happens?
It acts just like water.
Right. Okay. So
Well, there's a surprise.
does that sort of show that for water to be in the level state, it needs to be static, as in not moving?
Well, the when it was spinning, the two outside water levels were still level.
They were still the two outside ones,
Yeah, the green one on the outside was still level when it was
but
spinning.
not level with the bit in the middle.
But not level with the bit in the middle.
Okay,
And
so
the red ones,
when spinning, they seem to form a formation that would suggest concavity or convexity. Which way round would that?
I'm going to say concave.
Is that what you would be after of a spinning body then? Yeah.
Well, I didn't know what it would do, so that's why I built it. And I put it on a little kid's, it was like a little paint thing. But the motor wasn't strong enough to actually spin it, so I did it by hand. But I got the results. It was interesting. It would be the same if you took a dish of water and spun the whole thing.
Yeah, all the water would go to the outside, right?
Yeah, it makes a concave surface, and so the water level, even though it's in tubes, still seem to follow that same concave surface.
Why do you think that would be? Would you reckon it'd because there's like an increased pressure state? That in order to find its zero pressure state, it has to form that shape because of the extra forces implied by the motion.
Yeah, water in motion. That's interesting. There's no lateral stability. You got a force there, a dynamic pressure, right?
Yeah.
Didn't somebody actually do this in a fish tank with a purple film?
Yeah.
Who was that?
I saw that one, and it was pretty cool. I don't know where I saw it, and it had a fish tank, and then it also did it with the fish in it, which I think all the fish would be flung to the side. But they were just swimming around.
Why would you think the fish would be flung to the side?
Because there would be centrifugal or centripetal, I don't know which one it is.
Nope.
Forces.
Wrong answer. That's not the right one.
Interesting thinking, though, right, Cleary? You know, the way other people think about the way this pressure thing works. Very interesting.
Yeah, pretty cool.
Why is there two?
It's actually time because the fish were in the water.
Oh, you've put a 2 on that thing, DP, where it should have been 5. Mailman's pointed it out for you. Emma didn't spot it.
Which
one? Local curve calculations. On 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 is a 2. 5 is 2.
1, 2, 3, 4.
2.
Oh, that's because I copied and pasted them, didn't I? Oh, well done, Emma. Missed that one, didn't you? Jeez. Why do we employ her?
We've got Moleman, like on the ball or what? They're all watching.
Was it spotted by Moleman?
Yeah.
Yep. Shout out Moleman. Nice one.
I don't know whether we're going to go back over this, but the idea of the spinning water level I thought was a bit genius, because when you spin it, it seems to show concave, which is a little bit strange, really, because how do you spin it to get it to go convex? How does that happen? How do you impart what motion to water to get it to go convex? You just can't. It's one of those states that you can't get water into. Nice of whatever to do that, though. Thanks for whatever. Showing that test. Have you ever managed to do a test to get it to show the opposite of that? Or not? I don't know. Okay, right, so I'm back now. I've made the missus a brew. She's all right for a
I'm going
bit.
to go and do one. I'm going to go and do one myself.
Do you want to go back to this board? Now knowing that you've calculated some numbers, do you think you might want to revise the way the water acts in reality, or would you just like to write some of those numbers on some of those marks?
Drop is the drop.
Yeah.
So
like drop, as like drop means like in a downward direction, right?
Yeah.
So like when we did that before and we drew all of those, we did 5 of them, but I mean there could be 16. What? Yeah, there could be, couldn't there? With little T-junctions, we could have a little bits of marks all along there. And so all we would do is just mark with a pencil the water level on these bits of water, right?
Yep.
Now, you've given us some numbers. Now, how do you imagine those numbers that you've given us, you and Ruhif so far, how do you think those equate to that drawing that we just did?
Well, they're 100 meters apart.
Mm-hmm.
And
So
you had a way of standing at one end
mm-hmm.
and use your auto level. And if your auto level is super duper accurate,
auto level,
you might be able to see
what sorry
distance.
No. Whoa. Well, actually, are you after acquiring some mid-range water level sighting equipment with specifically with an auto level function? Because the low level one doesn't have an auto level function on it, obviously, because it's just a water level. It's just a normal scope.
At 100 meters.
Mm-hmm.
Drop at 100 meters from one end to the other.
Mm-hmm.
Is half the thickness of a U.S. penny.
Yeah.
So that's pretty difficult to measure, I would think.
Yeah. Well,
so I don't know how you would actually be able to see the difference.
Oh well, let's use a water level. Let's use a water level.
You can't compare a water level to the water level because it will give you the same result.
What?
That's like it's just, like if you were set this up on the edge of your canal and measured up from the water, it would be the same height all the way along.
No.
The water level.
No,
is
the
acting
water
exactly
level
the same as the water
establishes an even altitude of its own accord. It doesn't really care that there's a canal there.
But it acts just like the water in the canal.
So you're saying there would be parallel planes?
Yeah. All of those marks that we've done, you've just drawn in a straight line. You're saying that straight line would be the same as the straight line that the canal has made, the water in the canal. Because they're equal, you said, the same thing.
Yeah, but your straight line, I guess.
Your straight line. You did that. I asked you, and you said there, right? I call that a straight line. Do you call that a straight line? Here, look. This one. All the way along. When we had the water level going that all the way across, first of all, we had this one at this end and this one at this end.
right? And then we added the one in the middle that you put on the same straight line, and then we added these ones in that you put also on the same straight line.
So I'm just saying the water is the exact same.
Yeah, the canal underneath
the water in the
is
canal,
a completely separate
water
body
and
of
the water
water,
level
but you're saying it's going to
are-
be parallel to what the water level is established in this actual water level.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Sure is.
Yeah. Wow, that's another one. So are you saying that the water level is horizontal, just like Ruhif did?
So your horizontal would be established by your auto level, and you would cite that line.
No, we just
And
look.
100.
These are
100
boards.
meters.
There's a board there and a board there. We can put one of these on boards on every 16th of the way, all the way across, right? And then we get the water level and we just mark it with a pencil.
Marking it doesn't establish your horizontal, does it?
It just establishes a level that is depicted by the water level, and we just mark it and go, look, there it is. There's the level. That's what it is. That's what it is. So what the tool does, it establishes a level. Like now, we would then know that all of these boards have a mark on them that is level. They're all the same level. Would you agree with that?
Well, yeah, but if you look at the surveying book, it says a level surface is a curved surface. So all of your water levels would also be following the curve.
Right. So how could it be? How could they be on a straight line and curved?
So you need some way of establishing your horizontal reference.
Yeah.
And of course, that's what an auto level is meant
Can
to
you?
do.
You can't see this yet, can you?
I can see it.
Right. So you can see that this is a straight line, and the water level would be even all the way along it.
Yeah, sure. The level will be even all the way
Do you
along
just
that.
imagine that straight line has a curvature to it?
No.
Because you think there's a drop from here. If you're here, there's a drop. If you're here, there's a drop this way, don't you?
Yeah, it's
I know.
Because you're always looking. Anyway.
You're always looking
At
anyway.
100 meters, it's really difficult at best to be able to measure any kind of drop.
Yeah, but this from here to here is 1,600 meters. If we get 1,600 meters of hose pipe, a tube, look. See this?
Right.
Right. What's that say?
But as I mentioned,
how
the
much is that?
segments-
Oh, look, 100 meters.
Yeah, and
that's one. Slice bar
At
Kane's
100
got
meters.
Slice bar Kane's got 16 of these.
at 100 meters, the drop is only half the thickness of a penny.
You know,
How
how
are you gonna
practical are
measure that?
you, Brad? How practical are you?
It's an interesting test, but you're trying to measure something that
How
probably can't be
practical are
measured.
you? Do you think you could connect two of these together with it leaking? Or not? Do you reckon? Could you? I think I could. I think I could get 16 of these together with 0 leaks. I think it'd be quite easy. What about you? Because I think I could get 16 of those together, and then get 16 boards and put a pencil mark on the board where the water levels are. What do you reckon? Do you reckon
Sure.
that'd tell us anything?
It'll show you the water level on the board.
Yep. And the numbers that you're giving us mean that, what did you have? This one over here, how much, you did say drop, right? The Ruhif numbers. At 16, you gave us it, didn't you? What?
If you went from one end to the other, not breaking it up into little segments.
Because that's where you put this one. That's what we did first, remember?
Then the drop is 200.9 millimeters from the first one.
Yeah, that much there. My thumb, I've put it there. So when I said to draw that one there, and you drew a mark here, what you should have done is said down here. Should have been there. Right? 200 millimeters away. I mean, that far from there to there. That's how much you've just wrote down that the water level will drop from one end to the other over a mile. That much drop.
Relative to the horizontal plane on the first end. And the horizontal plane would have to be established with something like an auto level.
The water level establishes the horizontal plane. This water level is a tool for establishing a horizontal plane of reference. Yes, it is. No matter how much you decide that you want to say it isn't, it is.
It is.
It's like my spinning water level outside.
Your spinning water level proves that the water must be in a static position for it to reach an equilibrium of even altitude or elevation. If it isn't in a static position, you get little waves and crests and all sorts of weird stuff. You've seen it, surely.
Right, but
the
two outside ends were still
Because
horizontal.
that wind and the heat and all of that causes different pressure states, which causes the water to act in a way, because the water wants to keep on finding its own equilibrium of pressure states. So when the stuff above it changes pressure, then the water changes pressure and it reacts to that pressure change, causing waves
hydrostatic
and
equilibrium.
Yeah, that's what he done. He's done well for us, right?
Yep.
He proved.
You know what?
You proved that the water needs to be in a static state in order to form an equilibrium of even altitude. Thank you very much.
All right, hey, I gotta let you guys go. This has
Have
kind
ya?
of been fun, but oh yeah, I have work.
Oh, okay.
But I'll be looking forward to watching the video since I didn't catch the first part of Ruhef's.
Right. Okay. Well, you
Hope you
didn't
watched
catch the
it.
first part of Ruhef. Oh, there's an even better one. Wait till you hear that one. It's great.
All right.
This one's been very good though. Pop by any time, please. You've
All
been
right.
a great help.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Nice talking to you, whatever.
Well, there you go. Another one. Coming thick and fast.
Yeah, I like those non-angry people. He said that water level and the canal would be parallel planes.
Yeah. And a straight
So then
line.
there's a drop.
The water level's a straight line.
Yeah, and a straight line.
You just give us some imaginary calculated numbers. Fantastic. The way
he
you
also
can
said he
separate the
wanted to check
two, right?
He said you want to check it with the auto level to make sure that it is a straight line.
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
he's dethroned Ruhif. That's
Yeah.
a good one. Ruhif is no longer the king of the all the maps.
Yeah.
That's going to set the cat amongst the pigeons. That's going to be a rerun of
And
yesterday.
we've got a
with
total.
I think that's about enough. Is that Discord working?
Just so you know, I've been really enjoying this reminiscing.
I think
And
it's
I don't-
great. Going back
I don't
two-
actually
2
remember-
years nearly to the day that
Yeah, I just
video
don't really
went out.
remember hearing whatever talk, and this is kind of strange because I know whatever's just full of shit every time he text chat trolls, but he was actually being kind of cordial in the live chat. That was weird.
Yeah, no, but they are like that. There's a lot of them that are like that. We can have decent conversations. They just get upset, right? Because other people will say, "Oh, you said the wrong thing there. You know, you're not meant to say that." And but like he said, if you have the full distance, you have 200
0.9 millimeter drop. But if you do it in 16 individual bits, you only get 12 millimeter drop. Now, they're not the same, which is a little bit, hard to take. But if you're a dilithiast, then you just accept that, as that's some sort of a part of the number. It's something to do with maths that you can't really comprehend why they're not the same, but they have to be the same. 'Tis globe. That's all that derives all of this stuff. And other people, Flat Earth gang, are telling us we don't understand this. But, I mean, I think we were the ones that brought around the numbers. We got these guys to talk about this stuff, about the internalization of their model, whereas other people have been playing with the not that, saying, show me not that. And they've been saying, well, not that, but well, show me that, not that then. And they'll go, well, not that one. And that's the way it's been going for years, round and round and round in circles. Whereas what we do is we say that level is horizontal, positive claim. Here is the proof. Backed with geometry, backed with logic, backed with arguments, backed with tests, backed with physics. Zero contradictions within our test. You don't have to wrap your mind around in Alice in Wonderland sort of scripted plays. But it has been good going over it, right, Rob? I do like going over these old things, especially when we end up with people telling us we don't understand it. Well, if you think we don't understand it, try explaining to us what we don't understand. And if you think we don't understand it, then perhaps try going over some of the stuff.
No, they'd rather call you Nancy and shit.
Thank you, Skeptic. Yeah, well, I mean, they can call us whatever they want, can't they? It doesn't make any difference. We've been called Flat Earther. Don't know what else is any worse, right? From saying I'm not a Flat Earther and them saying, well, that makes you a Flat Earther. It doesn't really matter. Any names that people call us about anything, completely irrelevant. Bring an argument. Bring a discussion. Bring a question. Blue Marbles turned into a weave. No, Blue, you made a video with a ridiculous claim. Yeah, whatever. After 2 years, if you don't understand, then there's no point trying to explain how to you don't understand. You don't understand. We know you're all insane. And yeah, you don't understand that we know that. It's okay. They just love being here.
Could I request that we close with "You Don't Understand"? Because I've heard that a lot today, and I love the song.
I know. Buster's redoing it for us. It's hot on the press at the minute. Buster's making a new one, pressing a new cut, updating it. Well, I don't know. Musically, I think. It'll be like a full-on production.
I'll see you guys tomorrow.
Okay. Thanks, Rob. I am going to be turning it off soon. Whatever comes here for entertainment.
Well, that's nice. Anytime you want to come back in, whatever. Cordial conversation. Let me get a buster ready. You don't understand. LIGO and the hump? I suppose that'd be okay, wouldn't it? There you go. Blue Marble, you've got two dudes that measure angles. You've got two separate angles. And as you all know, Blue Marble science, like Ruhif said, you can do fuck all with an angle, Blue Marble. And you've just got two of them. You've got one dude on a mountain with one angle and another dude on another mountain with another angle. That's it. Blue Marble science.
What evidence does he have?
He's got two dudes that went up a thing and measured two angles. Twangles.
You're kidding, right, Blue?
That's it.
That's your evidence.
That's it. Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, that's it. I mean, hey, Blue Marble science. What else do you need? A claim. A claim, because two dudes measured an angle each. Then you can say Blue Marble science says that level isn't horizontal. Thank you, Skeptic. Blue Marble science is the science of the Blue Marble is obviously a little bit weak. I mean, I don't know whether there's any scientific papers, Blue, with your angle measurements to do your geometry. You've either got two angles separate, or you've got some sort of formulation of a Euclidean proof, proving an axiom, the triangle axiom, as we call it.
Blue says he's got a lot of dudes. What the heck, Blue?
He does have a lot of dudes, yeah. On his
Over the
notches.
years.
Yeah. Notches on the bedpost. Hey, nobody's mocking. It's okay, Blue.
It's got a lot of dudes measuring angles? I don't get it.
Yeah, everyone, it's going to be like, they might be, hopefully, fingers crossed, they might be going up mountains or hills with their auto levels measuring angles for him. Straight lines, like, they'll all be giving him straight line distances on pictures. What sort of an angle have you got? Well, it's about 6 inches. The picture's a 12-inch picture, so the angle's about 6 inches. That type of thing. Ruhif.
He's into reciprocal angles, right? Or change the term on us.
Yeah, you have to do it in pairs. Yeah. Yeah, you've got to have a buddy. It's a partnership sport, right? Two dudes get together, go up a mountain, measure an angle. It's a good day out for the Blue Marble scientist. It's sort of an evening sport.
But he's after different angles, isn't he? He's after the plumb bob kind of angles, no?
No, it's just measuring angles.
Well, he's starting to measure angles as well. Okay.
Yeah. He's heard somebody say that you can do fuck all with an angle. And he's trying to say, well, we can measure two of them. And I think that's it.
Yeah, but
that's it.
Isn't he doing the double, what was it, auto level or facing each other? He's doing that kind of a thing, or?
Yeah, I think so. Well, I mean, it's just two angles, completely separate, just two angles. And he's saying, right, somebody says that you can do fuck all with an angle. And Blue Marble says, well, watch this. I'll measure two of them. Or, well, my mates have told me that they measured two angles, one each. And therefore we can do a level isn't horizontal. That's right.
With two angles. Wow.
Yeah. That's what you can do with an angle. You can tell everybody that level isn't horizontal. I mean, it's Blue Marble science. I mean, how can it not be? It's a proper scientific procedure within the Blue Marble scientific community. When you listen to old blokes. Larry Scott's one of these guys, you know. Larry Scott's the guy that told my lad triangles have more than 180 degrees. We might go over that one tomorrow. That'll be good fun. We'll get round to RBD face as well. Level is horizontal with Ruhif. It's fine.
But these guys are in a league of their own, like reciprocal angles, angles for no reason. I could understand the FED boys. They measure an angle, an elevation angle. They're going to use a book, right, for navigation. I get that, but just measuring angles out of the blue nowhere, or putting two theodolites together, that's sheer lunacy. That's
the
sheer.
Same thing. It's literally the same thing.
Not really. Not really. One side could claim, navigation, but the other side is just sheer lunacy.
Well, I think they're both measuring angles and then imagining triangles, but I don't know. I'm still trying to work it out. Blue Marble's telling me I'm in total panic and this is going to get much worse. What? What's going to get worse,
I
Blue?
think not.
That's crazy. What's going to get worse? There's nothing going bad at all. I think it's all right. It's coming up to Christmas. We just... I'm not too sure what you're talking about, Blue. This is a little bit strange.
What is it going to get worse? Is he going to start measuring cubes or something?
I don't know. I think we've simplified it pretty much here, Blue. I mean, I don't know. Did you hear what whatever said about the spinning water level? Do you reckon you could spin a water level and make it convex?
Concave or something?
No. Do you reckon you could possibly spin a water level and make it convex? Is it possible?
Why would you want to spin a water level, first of all? What would lead you in your sane mind to want to spin a water level?
Blue, please, wait a minute. Blue, what lies are you talking about? The one that level is horizontal, you think that's a lie? Because, I mean, we seem to be in a contradiction. If you say one and the other, like one of them either has to be a lie or the truth. What are you talking about, Blue? Is that the real Blue Marble? Seems like he'd be tripping. The exposure of you lies. Please state the lie, Blue Marble Science. Because that seems a little bit strange. It's going to get worse, the exposure of the lies. Well, please, bring forth the exposure of the lies, Blue Marble Science.
Oh, the level is horizontal has his knickers in a twist. Sorry, Blue, you can't change that, bro.
Wow, it's not a lie, Blue. We've got a proof. We've got mathematical proof, we've got logical proof, and we've got physical proof. They all are the same thing. There's no difference. Yeah. Sorry to hurt your feelings, Blue, and you know, I know people do get upset, but it's okay. We all understand the Blue Marble scientific method now. It's been shown to us. We know. And it's bad, isn't it, when your faith gets touched, knocked. You sort of, I don't know, it's that existential cognitive veiling, isn't it? Thank you, Skeptic. And thank you, Blue Marble Science. Seem to be doing well for me, thank you. That's crazy, that, though, Blue. If you want to have a conversation about it, I still encourage that conversation because it's good. It's always good to talk. So please come and talk. Anybody, if anybody's got any ideas about anything, come on in and have a chat. We're okay. We're nice people. Even though what Blue Marble and everybody else tries to tell you about us. Go over the conversations. We have a bit of fun. Everybody likes a bit of fun. Come on in. I'm going to... yeah, asking. It seems it's following the same pattern. And I don't know. There comes a time when you have to accept that people are stuck in their ways. I don't think there's any way of getting around this Blue Marble scientific method. RBD face. What day is it? Is it Wednesday today? I think I said I might go earlier again. Might do that tomorrow. Who knows? Level is horizontal, Blue. I'm sorry if it hurts your feelings. Maybe go and have a word with QE. He might be able to console you. You might be able to talk to Blue Marble, QE. But let's get you two together, and then you can both agree that I don't understand it, and you can both be like console each other about how much I don't understand shit. And that'd be great. I can imagine you get on well together. Team up. Why don't you? Come together in your dislike of Bev try thinking, not understanding about level being horizontal and not understanding all of that sort of stuff.
Yeah, and Blue, you banned us all from your server. So what the heck are you saying now? Blue. Come over.
Yeah, we can't come over. You've banned us. Like, it's like we come over just so you can ban us again. It's like, yeah, no, that's not going to work, Blue. That's ridiculous. Who's going to do that? Just to the whims of a Blue Marble scientist trigger button. Yeah. Anytime, Blue. Anytime you want. Thanks for joining us tonight. We don't really like drama. But, Blue, if you want to start some drama, go over to QE. Have a word with him. You'd love him. You can get a hate boner. Be your best bud. Okie dokie. Thank you for joining us. And like Rob Keane said, you don't understand. New you don't understand coming soon. Maybe even a we all know you're insane. For the Superman crowd.
If you had a giant 1 mile long spirit level,
imagine LIGO, right? It's 2 miles, isn't it?
Yeah, if you were to put a bubble level on like the intersection of LIGO, that would be level. If you were to walk down the arm and place it on top of that, I would say it would not be level. That would be another good
So
test.
you say at the split point, that's where it's level. On both arms?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure that's where they leveled it.
And what are the arms? What are the arms? If the center is level, how do you envision?
No,
the
he
ends
said,
of the
no, not the center. The apex where they both meet.
Oh, the apex.
Yeah,
sorry.
it's
Okay,
different.
so
Yeah,
It's changed.
how do you envision the end of the arms then? The other two ends.
They're just gonna go straight, and this is in the engineering.
The ends of the arms. At the end, you have the apex, and you have two arms running along, right?
Yeah.
How are they? Are they in the same level as the apex, or how do you envision them? Higher, lower?
So at the ends of the arm, they had to pour more concrete because it was at a higher elevation.
It's not what I asked you. It's not what I asked you. When the job was done, you have your apex, it's level.
Mm-hmm.
Either arm, how are they in relation to the apex?
They're flat.
Are they
They're straight. They're straight.
Yeah.
Are they also
Straight
level?
No. They are. At each spot they are not level. They like if you put a bubble level on the apex and you started moving down the arm, it would get off and more off level.
How? Towards the up or towards the down?
With the bubble level, it would either go left or right.
No, hold on a second. You have a level at the apex, and you have two arms running. And I'm asking, you say they're not level at the ends. So I'm asking you, are they lower than the apex or higher than the apex?
They have a higher elevation than the apex.
So they're higher than, wow.
So the horizontal raises in elevation for you. No, you said it would be higher.
Hold on. The horizontal plane that was established at the apex will diverge from the surface of the earth. The horizontal plane stays straight, but the level of water starts diverging from the straightness.
What? How do you envision that? You envision level water diverging from straightness?
Yes, I do.
Wow.
How is that possible?
Because level is a curve. And water is level.
That's my model dictates, right?
No,
yeah.
That's the reality. But as I was saying, like, if we go back to the straight line test, you would be able to see which one's true. If water is curved, then there will be an angle. If level water is curved, there will be an angle between B, A, and C. If water level is straight, then all of them will be collinear. It's a test.
I don't think there's any possibility of reaching you, bro. I just don't think so.
If we do the test, that would reach me.
At what point is vertical not perpendicular to horizontal?
It always is. Every vertical is perpendicular to its horizontal.
To its horizontal. And
yes.
What is a horizontal?
It's 90 degrees from its vertical, and vertical is defined from the plumb bob. I wonder if I could do it, because over a short distance, you might be able to use the Autolite app and a water level.
I mean, he obviously doesn't understand what level is.
You don't understand. Hold on.
It's not my problem if you don't want to learn. You're just on your own.
I can guarantee you there will be a hump in the middle. If you side across from one side to the other,
just take my word for it, bro.
No, don't take my word for it. Do it. I can guarantee you there will be a hump in the middle. There will be. I can guarantee there will be a hump in the middle.
There will be.
I can guarantee you there will be a hump in the middle.
Go and speak to anyone. Go up to someone that you know and just say, "Here, mate, is level horizontal?"
Yeah.
Let's see what you say.
Horizontal, of course, level's horizontal.
Well, there you go then.
For level, especially when you do it on a small scale. Okay, if you're talking about the water level, the horizontal plane that a water level establishes is in the middle of the water level.
You would have to understand what a line is.
You don't understand.
I mean, he obviously doesn't understand what level means.
It's not my problem if you don't want to learn.
Hold on.
You're just on your own.
Begging for your model to be
You
real.
would have to understand what a line is.
No, that's fine. That's fine.
So logically it follows then that all perpendiculars to that line
You don't understand.
are parallel to each other.
Yes, I agree.
It also then follows that that line cannot be curved line or change angle anywhere along the line.
That line, yes. So this straight line we are using cannot bend because it's straight. I agree. That line, yes. So this straight line we are using cannot bend because it's straight. I agree. This straight line we are using cannot bend because it's straight. I agree.
I mean, he obviously doesn't understand what level means.
You would have to understand what a line is.
You don't understand.
You might be able to use the Autolite map and a water level.
No reason, no logic, no wisdom, no worries.
You don't understand.
You're just on your own.
Begging for your model to be real.
No reason, no logic, no answers to questions.
You don't understand.
You're just on your own.
Begging for your model to be real.
You know what we call a vertical change? You know when we measure a vertical change.
Yeah, it's an elevation change.
Yeah, a vertical measurement in the vertical.
Yeah, because it's a good approximation of the short distance.
So you're saying that horizontal being straight would get a measurement from the... Oh, wait a minute. You use a tool called a level that establishes a horizontal, and then from that horizontal you measure a vertical change, don't you?
I'm saying that the...
You do though, don't you? Right? Do you understand that, right? You use a tool called a level that establishes a horizontal, and you measure a vertical change from that horizontal. And what do we call that vertical change again?
Elevation change. That's not
a reference to the horizontal, obviously.
But I'm in reality, like, that's why I'm thinking of actually doing this test. In reality, specifically say that horizontal is actually not a plane. Your misunderstanding of my model is not my problem. It's up to you to understand it.
You don't understand. Hold on.
You don't understand.
I mean, he obviously doesn't understand what level means.
It's not my problem if you don't want to learn. You're just on your own.
I have no problem with you all using the water level to establish a horizontal plane. It will be tangent to the curve of the earth. They would maintain the same elevation. But remember, levels occur. So then is a vertical angle just a right angle? Grab a water level, that same water level test, and sight across it. That's it. Anything that is 90 degrees from that plane will be parallel to the vertical that you established at that point. Whenever y'all ask me about surveying, I say, yeah, I'm not an expert. I defer to the experts.
I'm out. If you carry on, you carry on. But I don't think it's... I mean, he obviously doesn't understand what level means. I mean, he obviously doesn't understand what level means.
You don't understand.
Hold on. You don't understand.
It's not my problem if you don't want to learn. You're just on your own.
We don't use proof in reality. That's pseudoscience. Or you can use it for math and logic. I don't claim to know anything about surveying.
Have you ever held a water level?
Have I held a water level the tool? No, but it's a pretty simple concept.
Say they're even so bold over there, you guys. They believe horizontals are parallel.
Yeah.
You ever heard of proof before? Like real
Proof doesn't exist in reality. It only exists in math and theoretics.
With your picture, then. Thank you.
No, I'm not trying to prove anything.
Hold on.
No,
I'm showing you evidence that the Earth is a globe.
Proof stuff.
No, I'm bringing evidence that the Earth is a globe.
Hold on.
Why would I try to prove something? That's pseudoscience. We don't use proof in reality. That's pseudoscience.
Hold on. You don't understand.
I mean, he obviously doesn't understand what level means.
It's not my problem if you don't want to learn. You're just on your own.
My God.
22 years old. They're on the fucking internet talking to people about begging for your model to be real. It's bizarre.
You're just on your own.
Begging for your model to be real.
No logic, no answers to questions.
You don't understand.
You're just on your own.
Begging for your model to be real.
He thinks the zero pressure state in the water is an arc instead of a straight line.
Yeah.
I'm not laughing at Tom. I'm laughing at the theoretical conversations. Hey, there's some people who think level is horizontal and they want you all to talk about. And also, parallel and vertical being 90 degrees from one another. And in math, typically when you establish a horizontal plane, in math, it's just one horizontal.
Typically.
Like the reality to describe